your comments to city.clerk@stocktonca.gov. Will have an opportunity to comment on specific agenda items at such time for the consent, new business, and public hearings as we take those items up. To ensure sufficient public participation in conducting the agendized city business, the public is limited to one 2-minute comment opportunity. Citizens' public comments are not a time for discussions with council regarding subjects not on the agenda for this meeting, as Brown Act limits such discussions. Comments made by members of the public or council may not reflect the viewpoint of members of the council. We ask that you maintain the rules of decorum as outlined in the City Council meeting decorum policy, section 4.06.0103A. The mayor shall preserve strict order and decorum at all meetings. 4.06.0102, persons addressing council shall not make personal, impertinent, unduly repetitive, slanderous, or profane remarks to the council, any member of the council, city staff, or general public, nor utter loud, threatening, personal, or abusive language, nor engage in any other conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise unreasonably impedes the orderly conduct of the council meeting. Section 4.07.0101, the council members will practice civility, decorum in their discussions and debate. A member shall not disturb any other member while that member is speaking or refuse to obey the orders of the presiding officer. 4.07.010 1C, any council member who violates the rules repeatedly shall be sanctioned and be barred from further participation. And 3.13.0102A6, members, again, shall not disturb other council members while speaking unless there is a point of order requested. The presiding officer will ask the interrupter to state the point. The item is not for discussion other than the presiding officer making a ruling, and if the council wishes to continue that discussion, it would take a motion and a vote of council. So these rules of decorum set forth will be enforced in the following manner. First, 4.07.0103, a warning. The presiding officer shall request the person who's breaching the rules of decorum to be orderly and silent. If, after receiving a warning from the presiding officer, a person persists in disturbing the meeting, the presiding officer shall order him or her to leave the council meeting. If such person does not remove him or herself, the presiding officer will have a law enforcement officer who is on duty at the meeting remove that person from the council chambers. So, clerk, do we have any comments from members of the public this evening?
We do. May I have Mary Elizabeth, and she will be followed by Cecilia Rangel.
Leave no trace, a hiker's mantra from the City of Stockton 2018 General Plan. Policy CH 5.2, expand opportunities for recycling, reuse of materials, and waste reduction. 2 bills have passed since that time. Assembly Bill 619, which allows for the reuse of containers. These heavy plastic came from 2 tacos and 2 enchiladas that I picked up on the way home to share with my mama. Heavy duty, waste. Assembly Bill 1276, single-use foodware accessories. Nobody asked me. This was a new business. I try to go into new businesses. Nobody asked me, would you like forks? So there's forks. This 2022, the city of Stockton amended the municipal code to call for a compliance with those regulations, and it calls for enforcement. All the city has done is educate, no enforcement. Every single business, when the business license is obtained, there should be a check to acknowledge that every business is aware of their responsibilities for waste reduction, and to pledge that they're going to be asking for this. We have these all over our city, polluting, polluting, polluting. And as I said to my students, where does plastic come from? Asking, hoping, fossil fuels. And what does Miss Elizabeth say? Hoping, hoping, keep it in the ground.
Cecilia Rangel, followed by Teresa Cisneros.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Lee, council members. I'm here to speak about the sad shooting that happened in our city not too long ago. And I feel that this city is being terrorized by criminals. If indeed this was a gang-related tragedy, the victims were children and one young adult. We as a city are being terrorized. I have lived here in Stockton for 36 years, and gangs have always been in our midst. And I like to know, as a citizen of Stockton and a taxpayer, what are we doing about this threat? I feel as a senior citizen and young adult and children, students, we feel that we cannot just go out there, go do our shopping because some crazy lunatic from some gang somewhere in Stockton might do something to somebody in a public setting. I'd like to know, and I know you are trying. I know you are dedicated and you're doing something about this. I'd like to know if the police department and you council leaders of our city have a program in mind to work with school to eradicate these terrorist criminals. The priority of our leaders should be the safety of the people. Our young people, everybody needs to feel safe here in our beautiful city of Stockton. We cannot tolerate this. It's so sad. It's just so sad, and it has affected me. But I believe it's also your priority, and you will look into it. Thank you.
Teresa Siqueiros, followed by Alicia Ramirez.
Thank you. I'm here to speak on behalf of the proposition of Compassionate City Resolution. I am a widow. I was married to an undocumented immigrant from Mexico. I petitioned for him. He was a very law-abiding man. He worked in the asbestos demolition industry for 17 years. He filed taxes and added to the economy by buying groceries, vehicles, clothing, etc., never relying on government assistance here in the city of Stockton. I would like to convey that our city should become an inclusive city. All people should feel safe as they engage in everyday living and not feel at any moment that their families will be torn apart by immigration laws that are being implemented by our ongoing United States administration. In conclusion, my right of freedom of speech as a Mexican-American citizen is very important to me. I appreciate being included of passing this proposition of Compassionate City Resolution. I am also hoping you, Mayor Fagasi, and all city council members and our Vice Mayor Lee will also consider and feel the same way. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Alicia Ramirez, followed by Laura Frosto.
Good evening. My name's Alicia Ramirez. I'm a volunteer for the United Farm Workers. Regarding the forthcoming compassionate resolution, there should be no question on how to vote for this, and I'm hoping our council will all vote yes. This would be a win for Stockton in many important ways. You as council members have oversight of our community. With that, you must support, protect, and guarantee due process of law for all members of Stockton, including the Stockton undocumented immigrant community. Let me give you 2 reasons to vote yes on the compassionate resolution. First, the mass deportation would have a broad economic impact because it would cause a significant worker labor shortage. Deporting Stockton's undocumented immigrant workers would severely harm key industries, including agriculture, construction, hospitality, transportation, and warehousing. Secondly, the reason why it should pass is there will be tax revenue loss, statewide loss. It's estimated that there will be 23 billion loss in local and state and federal taxes. That's a lot of money. And I think I had a handout that was supposed to be passed out to everybody. So that's statewide loss, 23 billion because of mass deportation. In the Central Valley, our focus, we would lose an estimated $7,000 annually per undocumented immigrant worker in the local, state, and federal taxes. These taxes they never touch.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Laura Frosto, followed by Donald Tafoya.
Hello, my name is Laura Frosto. I'm a citizen here of Stockton. I've always been proud of Stockton, even when I go out of town and someone says, "Where are you from?" Stockton. You know, and they always have the negative, but I always try and tell them, look, we have all these festivals. We have the UOP, the music. It's a very rich city. We're in a very good spot here in Stockton. We have access to Sacramento all over. So I'm very proud of Stockton. However, we have an elephant in our town, and that is the ICE centers and what is happening to our undocumented people. I don't know, have any one of you been inside the detention center here in Stockton? I know some of the detention centers have a pot and people have to urinate and defecate in front of everyone. There are no curtains. Some places have no beds. They sleep on the concrete. People are dying. 12 people died in Alligator Alcatraz in Miami. I'm very angry. I am very upset. It saddens me. If we think about families first, we should think about the undocumented people who are being separated. These families are being, and the parents are being sent to countries that they don't know. They have no support there. They don't know anyone. They don't even know the languages because Spanish, even if they send them to San Salvador or if they send them to wherever, they don't know the language. They couldn't, communicate. But I ask them, I support the compassionate resolution, and I hope that you also will. There's really good reasons for that. Some are, families first, of course. Thank you very much.
Donald Tafoya, followed by Leslie Heron.
Well, we only have 2 minutes today. I hope I don't get point of order today. And I was just going to come up here and say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's, and I was not even going to cap on Jason today, which he deserves because he point and ordered me. However, that being said, I do have several issues I want to talk about, but they'll be for next year. Before the year's over, and whatever I said last meeting, I stood corrected, I accepted it. I only say and repeat what I read and hear in media and the internet and public platforms. I do not conjure things up and make them up. So if I was out of line, I was out of line. I'll be more careful. Also, I wasn't going to go into these subject matters, but the year 2023, we spent $3 billion nationwide on homeless veterans. We spent $66 billion on illegal immigrants that enter this country illegally. They may be adding to the economy, but they sure drain just as quick. And as I mentioned before, our prisons state 34% illegal aliens in our prisons. In federal, it's 30%. If we had that vacancy, we wouldn't have so many gangs on the street because they get coddled just like minority voters, not the minority racial, but the minority numbers. And they get coddled too. And the majority are hardworking people who don't have time to come in here and voice their opinion. I get so many people telling me, go talk and say this and say that. They have lives, some of them have 2 jobs. The United States of America naturalizes 1 million citizens a year. Since Trump has become president, there's been 2.5 million, 18 million more to go that have been deported from this country. So I'll see you all next year. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's.
Leslie Heron, and followed by Matthew Lester.
Hi, my name's Leslie Heron, and I'm really just here for on a positive note. First of all, I want to say thank you to Mayor Christina and the City Council, especially for that new ribbon cutting of the 51-unit homeless shelter for the mentally, with mental problems, because I think they did a census and over 61% have a mental problem, drugs or alcohol. So you guys are tackling that problem, and kudos to you guys, you're on the right track. And I also want to say thank you to Stan McFadden and the Stockton Police Department. They work tirelessly. I mean, all of them do OT over 12 hours, and also Pat Withrow in the Sheriff's Department, the same thing. Tirelessly they work, and the corrections, them too, because my grandson's one of the officers. But so far, today's meeting is going well, but God gave me this scripture to read today. It says, it's Ephesians 4:29-32. When you talk, do not say harmful things, but say what people need, words that will help others become stronger. Then what you say will do good to those who listen to you. And do not make the Holy Spirit sad. The Spirit is God's proof that you belong to Him. God gave you the Spirit to show that God will make you free when the final day comes. Do not be bitter or angry or mad. Never shout angrily or say things to hurt others. Never do anything evil. Be kind and loving to each other and forgive each other just as God forgave you in Christ.
Thank you.
Matthew Lester, followed by Dan Richardson.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. Okay. Item 12.12 is about the street vendor resolution, but I want to be very clear. Street vendors, our migrant community, and brown citizens in general are inseparable from this conversation. Street vendors are not just small businesses that add to our economy. They're parents, caregivers, people that contribute to our city every single day. So when I see ICE operating in our community, terrorizing our citizens who make up our economy, it makes me think what we all can do, what the city can do to fight back. I'm here to demand the city continue to stand with our brown and migrant community by voting yes on the Compassionate City resolution that will be brought forward in January. A compassionate city does not cooperate with systems that tear families apart. A compassionate city protects vendors, workers, and families, not just in words, but also in practice. Some members have already shown leadership for our migrant community, and I would like other members of the council, Villaputa, to also follow that. Our migrant citizens deserve safety and protection. The citizens of Stockton are watching, and we expect the city to choose compassion in January. Thank you.
Dan Richardson, followed by Lynn Yanko.
Evening, Council. I want to thank the city again for the hawk light on North Pershing Avenue that went in several weeks ago. You'll notice if you sit out and watch the traffic and the pedestrians at that hawk light, it's amazing to me the number of people every day that are using that hawk light to cross Pershing Avenue safely. It scares me how many were not using crosswalks and crossing Pershing Avenue every day. You can watch people walk to the park for their health. You can watch people walking their dogs over to the park to take a nice leisurely walk around Victory Park with their dog. And you can watch families who are going across with strollers and with wagons to take their kids over to the park and to play in the open space. The hawk light has really been great. I also want to thank the police department for their stepped up activity on North Pershing Avenue recently. It's helped. They're watching the hawk light. By the way, drivers need an education, and I don't know if the city can help do this, to educate them on what the signal lights mean. Flashing red doesn't mean go. Flashing red means stop and visually check for a pedestrian in the crosswalk. That's a stop sign signal. The solid red means stop, period, and wait. So the public really needs an education on that. But the police department also needs a contract. Sergeants and below have been working for some time now without a contract. I know it's gone to I don't want to call it litigation, but arbitration. And hopefully they'll have a contract soon. They deserve it. They work really hard in this city, harder than any other police department I've ever seen. So I want to thank it. I'd also like to thank Colin Scott personally from Parks. Colin stepped up and helped me with a situation with the restrooms at Victory Park. There was a short in the electrical panel for the switches, and they were staying open and closed all night long. The problem with that was I had transient people who were going in, camping out, starting fires, etc. So thank you, Colin.
Lynn Yanko, followed by Alfredo Rosano.
Hello, my name is Lynn Yanko, and I am a lifelong Stocktonian. I chose to stay here while the rest of my siblings left, and I taught for 35 years here. I also have a very serious concern about a neighborhood near Pershing Avenue, Swain Oaks neighborhood. We're a little street, 3 streets, a little neighborhood, Swain Oaks, 3 streets. And we have people going down our street regularly, daily, at 50 miles per hour. Since I moved into the neighborhood, we have been working with the city to try to get some traffic calming measures. And we have worked with the city, petitions, meetings. We got delayed by bankruptcy, then more delays and more delays. Finally, in 2023, we were on the list. And in 2024, after meeting, vote by mail, we were approved. And then, with no notification, our project was indefinitely postponed. I really feel let down because we've gone through the processes to try to do the right thing. And I believe that even though we're a small neighborhood, we need to have protection. Now, you know, I love Stockton. And we know we have many complicated problems that will demand complicated solutions. But this is not a complicated problem. we can fix this problem. So make good on the approved traffic calming measures for Swain Oaks. Our children need safety, our seniors need safety, our neighbors need safety. Thank you very much.
Alfredo Rosano, followed by Casey Ann Carbonell.
Yes, my name is Alfredo Rosano, but I'm called Freddie. My name is Freddie Rosano, and I'm Lynn's neighbor. And I've lived on Longview for 9 years, the street that she's talking about. If you're not familiar with Longview and Woodland, it's just like an oversized cul-de-sac, a giant key, if you will. So it's very small. At the top of that key is a 200-year-old oak tree, which separates the lanes around it. In my 9 years, I've seen cars hit that tree. Just recently, a car damaged that tree and left a bumper in the street. I hear years ago, a couple of decades ago, there was a fatality. Now there is, get off record real fast, off script, there is a caution sign in front of it now, probably because of that fatality years ago, maybe 7 feet. But as you turn at the top of that key, which I'm saying is like a giant cul-de-sac, you still can hit the side of that tree, and I believe that's what happened 8 months ago. So, let me see. So I recently retired, and I work in my yard, front yard, like I did today. We've got a lot of oak trees, 200-year oak trees, so there's a lot of leaves. And in such a short street, cars get up to 50, 60 miles an hour all the time, even today. There are a lot of small children on our street, and I fear for them. I see the kids, I know the neighbors, I know who the kids are. They walk at night, their dad comes home from work, they want to take a little walk. The city pledged we would get speed bumps. 3 on Longview and 2 on Woodland with 25-mile-an-hour signs. And then, like Lynn alluded to, we didn't get that. It's supposed to have been done in August, late summer. One was supposed to be right in front of my house, and I'd much rather have it there for safety than some child getting hurt or even killed. It is so very important to us all. Thank you.
Casey Ann Carbonell, followed by David Sankti.
Hello? Okay. Greetings, Mayor and Council. I'm here to express my support for the Compassionate City Resolution. It's not on the agenda tonight. However, I urge the Mayor and Council to vote yes when this resolution is added to the agenda in the new year. This resolution is an important act of solidarity with immigrants and refugees who are our neighbors, coworkers, family, friends, loved ones. They're everywhere in our city, and they contribute to our beautiful community and our society and our local economy, as others have shared. The diversity of Stockton is a strength and a valuable asset to our city, and our immigrant and refugee neighbors contribute greatly. Human beings, including immigrants, regardless of their status, deserve to be treated with dignity, safety, and equal treatment as all of our fellow community members. So please join us on the right side of history when the Compassionate City Resolution is on the agenda. And in the same spirit, I'm very happy to see that the street vendor ordinance is on the agenda tonight, 12.12, and that is now included culturally sensitive and responsive input after multiple town halls. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how that implementation continues to be actively monitored and that it continues to be in the best interest of community once it's passed. So thank you and happy holidays.
David Sankti, followed by Bertha Jackson.
Well, good evening, Council, Mayor Fugazi, Vice Mayor Lee, and members of the audience tonight. It is a celebration that we've made it this far to the end of the 2025 year. I do want to say and speak in support and join many others here tonight of the Compassionate City Resolution. I know it's not on the agenda tonight, but when it comes in the new year, I want to reiterate our support for that. I mean, this resolution is representing a value statement from our city and our leadership, that we affirm dignity, safety, and respect for each one of our residents, regardless of their status, identity, upbringing, affinity. And it reinforces Stockton as a welcoming, inclusive environment. And here's the thing I tell people when I say I'm from Stockton, that Stockton is the most diverse city in America. And it makes no sense to me how we can claim and use that as a badge of honor, but not protect those most vulnerable and antagonized by this hostile White House. Let's not pretend that we do not know people a part of this community. Immigrants have given so much to this community, regardless of status, and it's none of our damn business whether or not they have papers or not. But it is our business when there's an ICE center in our neighborhood, just taking folks, checking them in, and basically kidnapping them off their streets, away from their families, and returning them to places they haven't been in years, decades even. It's not right. And what Stockton can do today, and so from going forward, is commit to policy that serves these at-risk communities. One thing you'll see on the agenda tonight is 12.12, the street vendor ordinance, an example of us moving forward and making progress. We can't make policy in vacuums. We don't exist in spaces that aren't things happen around us. We have a hostile administration in the White House that is antagonizing members of our community. As the city of Stockton, as members of our leadership who can make a vote and do something about it, stand on the right side of history. The choice has always been yours and yours to keep. Thank you.
Bertha Jackson, followed by A. Rhea.
Good evening, and give respect to all of you. My name is Bertha Jackson. I'm with the Ministers and Community United. We represent Stockton's Martin Luther King celebration, and I'm here to announce that we are getting ready for the Martin Luther King celebration for 2026. And Martin Luther King is for all races, and we need to recognize that Stockton needs to come together so that we are not separated by neighborhoods, but come together as a city. That right now we're in pockets dealing with separate situations where if we come together and share our issues and our problems so that we can deal with them. And the one way we addressed that back in my day, we did come together, we marched, we shared our differences, and we began to work on them through nonviolence. And I'm asking everyone of Stockton, all races, all ages, to come together for the Martin Luther King Stockton celebration for 2026. And we're asking for your support financially, your presence to be there, and your January the 18th at 5 p.m., that's Sunday, and Monday, January 19th, that would be the Monday, and the Monday is where we show our power in the march. Thank you.
A. Rhea, followed by Larkana Chong.
All right. Good evening, Council. Hello, Mayor. Hello. I'm here. I feel very pleased. Last time we met, we were in a lot of distress. The vendor ordinance was completely unfair. And so I want to thank you, Mario, for presenting and leading a new ordinance that finally has the input of the community. I hope that this is a trend that will continue. Next time we won't have to insert ourselves. That is something that you'll just do. You'll look to the experts, which are the people on the ground. I want to say also I'm a boomerang. I have a BA in political science. I went from the UC of San Diego, but I proudly came back, and I'm coming to you heartbroken still from the recent tragedy. I just want to add to the voice and say that we cannot arrest ourselves out of this issue. This issue begins with the youth. Ever since I was in high school, we've been pleading for the council to do something for the youth, something positive. It begins at home, it begins with families. So please, as you enter this new year and you look for solutions, give as much equal weight to investing in the youth as you will, hopefully more, actually, to any other solution. And my heart goes out to the community and to the victims. I hope that you will continue revising the vendor ordinance so that it becomes more perfect. I hope that you will make strides towards honoring Angel Cruz as a historical landmark. I hope to see new murals in the city, more art that celebrates the migration. I think just to speak on the history of Stockton, right, it is immigrants who we have to thank for the city of Stockton. It was the Chinese immigrants who built the dams. That's why we don't walk around in a bunch of mud, hence the reason why we are called Mudville. This city used to be mud. But that changed because of immigrants. It is immigrants who have always worked the fields and created to the economic prosperity of the city. And how did the city council thank them all those years ago? They destroyed the Little Manila. They destroyed Chinatown. They destroyed Japantown. So make right. Make right now with the power that you have. Learn that history. Thank you.
Larkana Chong, followed by Cynthia Gale Boyd.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Laracana. I also go by Latkana. I am the Organizational Development Director of a community-based organization right here in Stockton known as EMAC. For those who don't know, that stands for Empowering Marginalized Asian Communities. And in the interest of the community we serve and in solidarity with all Stocktonian immigrants and refugees, I'm urging this council, like others before me, to vote yes on the upcoming Compassionate City resolution. I know the resolution is not on the agenda yet, but I want y'all to know in advance that this resolution is an important gesture of care, acceptance, safety, and belonging for our immigrant and refugee community. And a yes vote from the mayor and every council member here will demonstrate the city's commitment to diversity and inclusion and establish Stockton as a trailblazer for human rights in the region. In this heightened political moment, your constituents are scared and they have been harmed by the actions of the federal government. This council can lead in courage and integrity by taking action to ensure that our neighbors, friends, family, and loved ones, regardless of their immigration status, have access to dignity, protection, and equal rights. Immigrants and refugees are a key part of what makes Stockton great, and I urge you all to leverage your power and influence to support our immigrant and refugee community members by voting yes on the Compassionate City resolution once it has been agendized, because immigrant rights are human rights and no one is illegal on stolen land. Thank you.
Cynthia Gale Boyd, followed by Yolanda Amen.
Oh, thank God I'm still alive in this, dangerous ass city. How many since we were here last week? Oh, my Lord. All righty. Tonight, it's like, where do I go from here? I said, well, I got to recap 2025. 2 minutes certainly won't be enough. I'm going to try to run on through it. This is a recap of 2025 for the Stockton, California City Council, who has conducted themselves with negligence, disrespect, misconduct, and a dysfunctioning governing body. Let's start right away. When the council conspired to fire Harry Black as city manager, 24 hours in? You hadn't even seen the inside of the chambers yet. When our interim city manager hired another city manager to do his job, it caused us to be paying 3 city managers' salaries at the same damn time. This is not in any particular order. So much stuff, I'm losing track. When the honeymoon was really over between the mayor and the vice mayor, and she moved him to the end of the dais, I say he's still in time out. My Lord of mercy, when you come back together. When the council held the public hijacked right here for 3 hours, then you called in an emergency preacher to pray. Get out of here with that nonsense. Charter violations when Fugazi had 2 jobs. Now, this might be a little hearsay-ish, but Fugazi was said to have had 2 jobs, and the charter clearly said that she could not do that. Let me get up here to some of these other important notes. Like the Brown Act violations. She kind of alluded to that in the news. My Father God, I'm praying for a better year.
Yolanda Amen, followed by Alex Lima.
Should be left. That's hilarious. Good evening. I usually come to this podium with optimism. I've heard some say words are written for me. They are not. I choose them very carefully, and I speak intentionally. At the 1 hour, 23 minute, and 31 second of last week's meeting, the mayor mocked members of the public by questioning their ability to count, and then said, I just couldn't help myself, as several on the dais laughed and smiled. That moment mattered. This is the person we elected to oversee Stockton. What became clear to me in that moment is that the visible disdain that is held by 4 members of the council toward our District 6 representative. And it doesn't stop with him. It harms our entire district. Time and time again, items affecting District 6 are more than likely going to be voted no. No matter what is brought forward to them, it'll be 4 no's. The pattern sends a message. Stay in your place, don't question authority, don't rock the boat, and if you do, there will be consequences. District 6, we have work to do. Many in our community have lost trust in city leadership, police included at times. But disengagement is not the fix-all. It's time for us to put our boots on the ground and ensure that we have a seat at the table and not serving at the table. I urge everyone to rewatch the meeting and every meeting that has been this year. Watch the dais. Buttons are being pushed before motions are even being made. This behavior is happening in plain sight. I'm here tonight to tell the community that I'm ready to fight, not just for what we need, but for what we deserve. We've heard, leave no child behind. I'm asking, do not leave District 6 behind. Some on the dais will claim tonight in their closing comments how much they love and care for this city. The record tells a different story. I am tired of carrying hopelessness. I'm tired. We need to do better. Buckle up, because we are here and we will fight.
Alex Lima, followed by Tamara Bonastro-Sergaton. While we're waiting for Alex Lima, Tamara Bonastro-Sergaton. Oh, there he is.
Sorry. Hello, council. My name's Alex. Came to speak at the last event, or the last council meeting. Talked about, some of the issues that we're facing. Coming here, hoping to at least offer some solutions. Organization I work for, the Trust for Public Land, has been offering an ongoing workshop surrounding parks and park equity. The next meeting that we've got is January 21st. It's the Central Valley Communities of Practice. It's free for any local organizations, government entities, people looking to just get more involved with parks. Highly recommend that y'all join up on those webinars. We also have a upcoming grant program. It's called the Partnership Fund. It's offering grants, 10 grants up to $25,000 for activating parks, 10 to 15 grants of $50,000 to $100,000 in terms of planning efforts. We've already been in contact with some of the staff of the city manager's office to try to encourage y'all to apply for that. TPL has helped out the city with some of the past grant applications that y'all have completed. Lewis Park last year that was successfully funded for $2 million. Parks has a strategy. We're looking to use it to improve public health, economic opportunities, and social outcomes. Obviously, we always hear from our community about third spaces and the ability to feel safe. And so I know that the city's works on their ongoing park event program. I think you guys hold regular beautification events. So something small, but a small win that I wanted to advertise to the city and any organizations working in the city. Partnership Fund, Trust for Public Land, TPL Communities of Practice.
Tamara Bonastro-Sergaton, followed by Alyssa Leyva.
Hi, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm here tonight because I am raising a concern in the San Joaquin County Civil Grand Jury Report. It continues to be raised here in our community meetings, city council meetings, and many of us are still struggling to see what has meaningful changed here with your leadership. The grand jury warned about informal influence, blurred boundaries, and the harm caused that external actors engage in conduct that intimidates or targets people in our community. Those warnings were not abstract. We're past all those theoretical discussions. This is directly causing damage to our members of our community. People are out here in these streets for the people. The civil grand jury specifically identified 209 times as a part of the pattern of concern and community members who we continue to raise concern about here in this room. I'm tired. Since then, a community volunteer, a youth leader, and my husband have been targeted online and caused reputational harm. Like Zach Husky, who is 18 years old, a youth-led community engagement leader out here in these streets, created activities. My husband, Rudy Buenrostro, who's helped over 100 individuals that are system impacted, formerly incarcerated, help them re-enter back into society, positively continuing to be attacked. Our city leaders often tell residents, if you see something, say something. My question tonight is, are we doing that when the harm is caused, happening in plain sight? One moment, my husband, who is not a felon, publicly criticized online, and within 72 hours, he's out here praying with the community, bringing the system so we can all pray together.
Alyssa Leyva, followed by Alberto Gonzalez.
Look who's paying attention. Through the chair. Is it today? Is it protocol today? Was it protocol last time? We don't know, because Fugazi has broken every single meeting law this year. Thank you, Ms. Boyd, for calling that out. Grand jury reports an SUSD fraud that has directly impacted the recidivism rates of our most vulnerable youth. You know what I'm talking about. And the Stockton community slate. You know who you are. There ain't nobody innocent up there. Silence is complicity. Stockton is resilient. No matter what you try to pull, no matter what you try to hide. And for the FBI, they try to censor that video. And for the city attorney, if you're as complicit as Dr. Lipton was at SUSD, you better pray the Lord that you're safe. Not from me, but from God. Through the chair, that's all I got to say. All power to Stockton, and we will be free. Thank you.
Alberto Gonzalez, followed by, I'm sorry, I can't read the handwriting, but it's Anthony. Last name starts with a B.
Good evening. We're a little late today. So I just wanted to come up here because we had a community meeting in Western Ranch where some of the members that were enforcing the see something, say something. So we come up here and we say something. So I think we got to start by saying something here to the people that are leading our city, not the people that are out in the city. And every time that we have any comments or anything that's said, for some reason that 209 guy always wants to put us on blast. He wants to talk about my wife, putting funny pictures about my wife, and nobody seems to do nothing. There's nothing that we could do. We're sick of him. He's bullying our city and the people that care. The only reason me and my wife are involved is for our grandchildren, because the people up there promised us enough is enough, that they were going to do better. But it seems like it's all a joke. Like, where did all that promises go? We're here every day for our grandchildren. We're already halfway out the door. We're trying to create a better Stockton for our grandkids. And a lot of you guys promised us enough is enough, but it just became like, even when the votes, oh, it was funny. Oh, you guys are so smart. You guys could count to 4. It's the same pattern every meeting, so it's like, we decided that we're probably not gonna come no more for what? We don't get nothing in our district. It's always all voting, no matter how much we express our expressions out here. Seems like nobody hears. So hopefully some of these people up here on this new election, we finally could get someone that really cares for the city, because I really believe 100% on every single one of you up there for a better Stockton. And it's like we ain't going nowhere. We're going backwards. I thought it's a bright, you know, they're all bright. It's going to be better, but it's not.
Anthony B.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. First of all, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Festivus. I think I covered all the bases. Happy New Year. I wasn't going to speak, but I've been watching these things online, and I just got to say to the council, probably not a popular thing to say, but I think you all are doing your best. I think you all are trying. I think you all have the best interest of the city at heart. It's not easy to sit up there and hear these criticisms come at you, some very personal, but it's what you signed up for. It's what we voted you for, I suppose. And every citizen has a right to speak up. That's their First Amendment right. But I would caution that before you do, I mean, learn a little bit and speak a little facts. Don't just listen to what's on social media. I heard someone up here earlier say they got something wrong because they heard it on whatever social media site, right? Okay, great. But, you know, voice your opinion, exercise your right, but try to get a little germ of fact in there sometimes. And then to the council, I think you're doing the best you can. I think you have your city's best interests at heart. And just want to wish you all well in the coming new year. Thanks.
That concludes general public comment. We have many for consent agenda items.
Okay, thank you. So let's go ahead and move on to consent, and we will have public comment on that.
For item 12.1, Mary Elizabeth.
Mary Elizabeth, and representing Stockton Environmental Justice, Education, and Advocacy, and the Delta Sierra Group of the Sierra Club. The Planning Commission has an important role in our community, and problems with inequity and overconcentration in areas of our community with alcohol, tobacco retailers, and sources of air quality pollution, warehouses, begin with the Planning Commission making exceptions, making recommendations for findings of significant overriding consideration for economic advantage, and making findings of personal necessity and convenience, bypassing protection for liquor store overconcentration with staff support. The planning commissioners are appointed or required by law to submit statements of economic interest within 30 days of appointment, and which the city clerk does not enforce, with applicable fines for late filing and submittal of enforcement actions to the California Fair Political Practices Commission. I've submitted over 10 sworn complaints to the FPPC for appointees' failure to file the required statements of economic interest, including for a planning commissioner who served for over 6 months without submittal and even now has income property in Stockton up to $1 million without revealing the location of said property. The redacted application for the planning commissioner for District 4 under consideration did not disclose the source of income. Through a quick internet search yielded associations with the New California Coalition, which I received information from, and he is no longer affiliated, and Realty, and is an active license as an attorney in California. Thank you for your efforts to improve Stockton for all Stocktonians. Truth and transparency.
For item 12.6, Mary Elizabeth.
This is in regard to DTE procurement. The Delta Sierra Group within the Motherlode chapter has over 600 members, and we're directly impacted by the combustion of biomass at DTE located within the Port of Stockton. We request that this procurement agreement be rejected. We are very concerned with city staff's choice to comply with SB 1383 with DTE procurements. DTE is the #1 source of air pollution within the most polluted part of our community, which is the AB 617 community. Organic waste, including edible food that is recoverable, are included in what the City of Stockton Municipal Code regulates under Chapter 8.04. The state of California has some data posted, such as for Senate Bill 1383, of which there's 3,244 commercial businesses required to recycle organics, and there were, in 2021, 2,600 commercial businesses not recycling. The problems associated with failure to comply with requirements is not a new problem, yet the 12/16/2025 staff report is recommending a no-bid contract. Throwing the hands up and saying we did our best is a common approach these days, and the residents of Stockton deserve better. There's no evidence that compost has been applied to city facilities throughout the city by city landscape contractors. There's no evidence that there's no room for improvement at numerous free public events. I've attended several, and we've limited to 1 or 2. Thank you.
For item 12.7, Yolanda Amon.
I've been researching this one, and I hope and I want to encourage everyone in Stockton to please look this up. Please look what it means for your district. If this is moved to June 2nd, it does have some advantages for people that are already in these seats. It kind of gives them a little up where they get to kind of kind of say what they're doing already, what they've done for the community, and anybody that is going to be ending up running against them is going to have a little bit harder time getting their word out there of what they're going to do. I personally feel that it's a disadvantage, but I think that everybody in the area should really look this up. I know a lot of things are on the agenda, and even myself, I'm guilty of it. In the past where there's something there and I say, okay, well, that doesn't concern me, so I don't look it up. But what I've been doing for the past 3 months is everything that is put on the agenda, I look everything up and I research everything. I know it takes a lot of time, and no, I don't have like all this time in the world, but I just feel it's my responsibility. And had I not done this for this item, I really wouldn't have seen what it really means for the people that are trying to re-up their seats. So please make sure that you look at that. I'm talking to the community right now. Look it up for the 2 districts that are running and 3 districts that are going to be filled, and make sure that you know what's at jeopardy here. Make sure that you really research it. Thank you.
For item 12.10, Mary Elizabeth.
This is in regards to a rehab of part of the East Bay Mud bikeway, walkway, that is a pipeline easement where they take water from Comanche and Pardee and take it over to the East Bay and distribute it. And there's no location on this procurement or this agreement here with Cal Water. But I was driving down the street, Pershing Avenue, and I saw the corner of Pershing Avenue was all torn up. And I had back in 2020, walking around, and there was a little plaque there, and I put in a PRA for the agreement, and that was a special place. Back in 2021, there was a lot of money spent to have that demonstration garden, and now it's all taken up, and they're putting something else in there when there's so many areas on that stretch where they've never done anything. And so they keep looking at this space between Pershing and Pacific and nothing farther east. And there's trash, there's, dead grass, there's, nothing. And where there was something, now it's gone. And I just think it's a shame. And how the city could be doing something like that is unbelievable. Thank you.
Also for item 1210, Shannon McGovern.
Good morning. Oh, it's not morning. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Feels like morning. We've been here all night. Evening, Council. My name is Shannon McGovern. I'm with Cal Water, and I'm pleased to come and talk about the collaborative between the City of Stockton and Cal Water, as Mary Elizabeth alluded to, between Pershing and Pacific Avenue on March Lane. This is actually a large-scale conservation effort where, in response to recent legislation where the state is actually mandating turf replacement to conservation drought-tolerant plants, we are partnering with the City of Stockton to remove grass that is not essential and replacing it with California native plants. And so we partnered with the City of Stockton, and I really want to extend my heartfelt thanks to city staff, Will Crew and Chad Reed. Grant Kirkpatrick have been absolutely wonderful and stellar to work with. Mayor, your office has been fantastic to get this over the finish line, and I'm happy to say that the $160,000 that it costs to remove roughly 50,000 square feet of grass that was non-essential and was utilizing a lot of water every month is completely covered by our grant program. And so the work is completed, and by accepting this grant, it will come at no cost to the City of Stockton, and it will also result in thousands of dollars in savings to the city monthly in your water bill, and it will result in more than $1 million, million gallons of water annually. Thank you.
For item 1212, Mary Elizabeth, followed by Dan Richardson.
Mary Elizabeth, I spoke to this item at the Legislative Environmental Committee. I spoke at this at a community vendors meeting. And so there's some changes, but first I'd like to say this is the way of peace. Overcome evil with good, falsehood with truth, and hatred with love. Thank you, Peace Pilgrim. Concerns about this involve the diesel generators. instead of taking it from having a diesel generator or a gasoline generator as an emergency source of power, this is now fully compliant. And every 10 feet, there can be a diesel generator. And when you're talking about the parks of our community, people walk around the parks. We heard earlier, you know, the joys of walking around the park with your family. And we're allowing here, with this legislation, every 10 feet is allowed a diesel generator, up to 60 gallons of fuel. And that's just incredible. 10 feet is too close for diesel or gasoline emission sources. There's no maximum number of operating diesel or gasoline generators allowed at a park so long as there's 10 feet in between. Please include the vending business license application, a place where the vendor can acknowledge that they're aware of organic waste and foodware regulations and whether or not they plan on operating a gasoline or diesel generator. Thank you for requiring that vendors remove trash or waste generated within 25 feet of the operation instead of filling up the limited public trash cans. Don't make it okay to not follow municipal regulations. I appreciate a startup every year, but if somebody has been operating and been caught twice, because there's a significant amount of effort for that investigation.
Dan Richardson, followed by David Sangtag.
First, thank you to Chair Enriquez and to the Ledge Committee for fighting for this vendor ordinance for the last 9 months. It's been a long haul. Appreciate the town halls, all the meetings that have been held by Ledge, the fact that it came before council once before, went back to Ledge. A lot of work went into this, and I understand it. I do have some reservations. I'd like to echo what Mary Elizabeth just said in regards to generators. I'd like to add one other thing. I've had generators parked out in front of my house with vendors that generate 92 to 104 decibels for 8 hours in front of my home. That's unacceptable. They're loud, they're polluting, and they're just obnoxious. Generators shouldn't be used as a power source for pop-up vendors that under the state law were designed to have the food prepared, bring it, set it up under your pop-up and sell it. I'm not anti-vendor. I want to repeat that. I've said it at Ledge, I've said it at council meetings. I'm not anti-vendor. I'm anxious to improve the conditions around the vending community that we suffer from. I'd also like to talk to some of the distances that were changed during some of the town hall meetings and agreements with the vendors, et cetera. One in particular is the distance from restrooms. It was reduced from 300 feet to 100. I understand that people want to be close to facilities when they have a pop-up set up so they can run over, use the facility, et cetera. But I can tell you, based on the number of times I've watched the Exelou overflow and flood the ground around it because it's backed up, because the pipes are clogged, or the backup device has released onto the lawn outside, 100 feet for vending food is too close. It's just too close. I'd like to see that it increased to 200 feet is my preference on that. I'd also like to see the vending end at sunset. After dark, we shouldn't have vending. Thank you.
David Sangtai, followed by Julie DiVincenzi.
Good evening, Council. Mayor Fugazi, Vice Mayor Lee. I'm going to speak here tonight as a Cambodian American. I grew up. My babysitters took me to Angel Cruz Park, and I was like, what, 7, 8 years old, talking about selling these vegetables to these folks, you know, getting my money up and stuff. And so this is a personal issue to me, right? And one of the concerns is this original ordinance was brought up 9 months ago. It was culturally insensitive. It didn't involve any of the folks who were actually being impacted, and that's a failure of policymakers. It doesn't take a genius to figure this out. I'm learning this at Stanford. If you're making policy and imposing it on the communities that is most directly impacted, but not looping them in before the policy is proposed, that's a failure of City Hall. And so I do want to note that we have made progress. We've had town halls. Thank you, Councilmember Enriquez, for reaching out and talking with some of the most impacted folks, our street vendors at Angel Cruz Park. It is a cultural icon in our city. And I think that we want to note that the ordinance looks different today because vendors and community organizations organized and showed up. There's real wins here. I appreciate that. But say this ordinance is adopted, it's imperfect. It needs to be worked on. And that comes the need for monitoring and evaluation, tracking where and how enforcement occurs, ensuring that setback rules don't function as bans on vending, and creating ongoing multilingual feedback loops so that our vendors on the ground say, okay, this policy is implemented, it's being enforced, what's changed, what's happening? So I encourage us to see this ordinance as the first step, far, far ahead of what happened 9 months ago when it was culturally insensitive and didn't loop any of us in. We've gone a long way. It's not perfect, correct, but it need not be perfect. The commitment to policy here is the need to engage and continually engage those on the ground being impacted, monitor and evaluate. So I encourage council to adopt this resolution and ordinance and move forward with that monitoring and evaluation. Thank you.
Julia DiVincenzi, followed by Pranny Kasem.
I don't know where I pushed. Is this on? Yes. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Reducing or suspending fines and fees because... Sure. Okay. Reducing or suspending fines and fees because of an individual's inability to pay is flawed. Fines and fees are not intended to be punitive. I recently attended a meeting at the Oak Park Senior Center for a discussion of proposed amendments. During that discussion, the majority of the vendors who attended supported following the codes. In that case, none of them would be subject to fines and fees as they would be in compliance with the code. It would only be the scofflaws who would have to pay fines and fees. Removing or lowering fines would only embolden those who intend to skirt the law and do as they please. Please keep the higher fines in place. We need to have posted hours at all of the parks, and vendors must be restricted to reasonable hours. Vendors setting up at 4 a.m. and staying until after dark isn't acceptable. You have to have some consideration to the people living around the park and using the parks, other than the vendors. The amended language allowing the 10 feet between vendors, 100 feet from restrooms, and 50 feet from playgrounds. Please consider extending the distances as originally suggested, which is 300 feet between vendors, 300 feet from restrooms, and 100 feet from playgrounds. There'll be a problem if people go between the vendors, new vendors set up, and there's going to be an argument about who was there first and how are you going to figure that out. For years, they've been getting warning after warning, and nobody's ever fined. If this is a work in progress, we're going to have a problem with enforcing anything when you don't have anything complete on the books now. The generator and gasoline items that Dan and Mary spoke about, I agree with. And I've been told many of the code has been a compromise, but I believe the biggest benefactor in this compromise has been the vendors, as they've been allowed by the state to vend in our parks. It has been a gift.
Pranny Kasem, followed by Larkana Chong.
Good evening, everyone. I was going to express my appreciation for supporting the vendors, but I want to be up here to clarify about the diesel. I can say, if you do not walk the ground, you never been there, please do not state the false statement, because I'm there every single weekend with the vendors. And we have 4 little generators, and it's about this small, and in a little can, about 10 gallons of, diesel. And one is for crushing sugar cane, and one is for cooking barbecue, and the other one was for the karaoke. And there's no noise that you can hear because all you hear are the customers, the vendors are talking and conversations and laughing and dancing. Of course, I sing karaoke, I dance with them. There's no noise from the generator. And also the distancing, it needs to have 10 feet or less. Why? Because there's so many vendors there. If you extend it farther, a lot of people are not going to be able to vend, and they're not going to be able to supplemental income. So if you're not there every day, every weekend, like I did, and like Councilmember Mario went, I want you to go there and experience yourself, and then decide, oh, okay, this and that. But I'm telling you, the diesel, the generator, there's no such thing as 60 gallon that the people are using, and there's no diesel every 10 feet. No, one every maybe 50 feet. But someone barbecue over there, sugarcane crushing, and then of course karaoke, and that was it. Everyone has their own spot of cooking, way of cooking, and they don't use all the diesel or the generator. Thank you so much.
Arcana Chong, followed by Jalen Galasino.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Once again, this is Larkana or Lekna with EMAC. I want to express my support for the passage of the amended street vendor ordinance. I appreciate the effort put into ensuring the amendments of this ordinance, although imperfect, reflect overall the needs and interests of community members most impacted by the ordinance, specifically our local street vendors who are a vital part of the lifeblood of this community. This ordinance, I feel, strikes a pretty good balance between supporting the rights of street vendors and safeguarding access for public spaces for everyone. I believe policies that are community-driven, equitable, and culturally responsive create greater access, safety, and opportunity for all Stocktonians. And I believe this amended ordinance is a great example of that, and its progress, and I support this passage. Thank you.
Jalen Galasino, followed by Alyssa Leva.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody, and City Council. I wanted to shout out Mario, Councilmember Mario Enriquez, for engaging with the community from the vendors ordinance and even to the Compassionate City resolution that a lot of people have mentioned tonight. And I will be in support of that and watching that closely. With this vendors thing, I just want to say, like, Mario, that is an example of how you listen to community members. Whether they are being constructive or if they are rightfully pissed, because I was angry, but sometimes you just need time to talk everything out. I also wanted to shout out the community members who contributed to these revisions on revisions, especially like the AGC Park Committee. Like, they were on Facebook Messenger, translating from English to Khmer script. They were in these meetings, the ledge meetings. They were at the town halls, like, even the ones that aren't in the room, like, they're watching online. So I really want to shout them out. And I want to emphasize that their efforts should be credited because we inserted ourselves into this. Like what Bong Vicky has said, this is a turning point and this is not the end. Just because there may be a vote doesn't mean that everybody just leaves the chat. We still want step-by-step guidance on the adoption of this ordinance for our vendors, especially in culturally relevant ways in different languages, Khmer, Lao, Spanish, etc. I also want to uplift vendors and community members' needs for a bathroom in Angel Cruz Park. And I also want to dream even bigger and say that Angel Cruz Park should be, whether this takes years from now, I want to see it in my lifetime, it should be marked a cultural landmark, and there should be some type of sign in the park even, acknowledging the journeys and resistance of Southeast Asian refugees in Stockton. I would love to see a mural in that park. We're always talking about third spaces, especially for our youth, and Angel Cruz Park has served so much generationally, not just for Southeast Asians, but for other groups in Stockton. So thank you so much for the engagement on this, and yeah.
Alyssa Leva, followed by Cynthia Gale Boyd.
I want us to have this as a lesson. You know, I did mention that I would pursue litigation if you guys broke state law, and that comes from radical love. I love my city. I really do not want to see opportunistic classist power grabs to superimpose regulations with people who can't even speak the language that you provided. The city consistently lacks outreach. I was trying to bridge our stakeholders as a Stockton Stands organizer and our beautiful partners at Empowering Marginalized Asian Communities to bridge more class solidarity for an intersectional movement so that we can have true autonomy, truth, trust, transparency, whatever you want to call it, so that we can actually have a home here where our most vulnerable communities are safe. And so You know, there was some intention and impact. I want to, Ms. Julie Dunning and I, Ms. Committee Person Julie Dunning and I, you know, 2025 has showed us a lot about where we're all passionate about, and we all just want to make sure that we're safe and secure, but we can't do that if we're lying or we're being opportunists, we're not being fair. And so Mario, I told you, they need you more than you need them. And I hope that you can use this as a moment, okay, to go to our people first, not people who are trying to criminalize our people. Our city has historical racism that lingers into generational trauma. So the decisions that we make now are impacting these people's grandchildren. These elders came out. We were out there at the pulga. We were out there on a hot summer day with radical love, because we love Stockton. So thank you for not breaking state law. And this is, although I'm happy for the vendors that they're happy, I really am. And we're going to continue to mobilize.
Cynthia Gale Boyd, followed by Julie Dunning.
To me, it's like the tale of two cities. I'm here all the time, but I'm kind of lost on this. Are we only talking about rules that apply to Angelino Park over there? Or are these new, we're talking about citywide? Okay, because see, where I live at, in District 5, I haven't heard about any town hall meetings. I haven't heard about any of these illegal street vendors being called to the table, like that little fake-ass meeting that was supposed to happen the other day with some stranger coming over here talking about he gonna settle the gang problem and stuff. That kind of nonsense. It kind of smacks like that. Why don't we get any town hall meetings? How many meetings have I been here talking about folks dragging out their kitchen tables? Where's code enforcement at? Just like in Sacramento. And I always see you taking these notes. Just like in Sacramento, code enforcement works nights. Code enforcement works on the weekends. Ain't nobody caring. That's what I've been saying the last couple of meetings. What makes District 5 separate from 6, 1, 2, the rest of them? We don't have any meetings. Oh, but we got a lot of illegal street vending going on. People are literally bringing out their kitchen tables. They got signs all over the place. Now it's tamales. But they got signs all over the place, leaving them around the district looking right ass crazy. Everybody is in charge of the one city. How can we just have these ordinances which should have been made plain to us as citizens about what is the ordinance, what does it mean?
Julie Dunning, followed by Lynn Loth.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. I first want to say that I support this policy. I support the vendors. I support what the city's done. I do have a couple of concerns, though. One, being the chair of the Climate Action Committee, the issue of the generators is a bit alarming to me. 60 gallons of diesel fuel, we all can imagine what a 55-gallon drum is like. I heard a prior speaker say they only use 1 to 2 gallons of fuel, and when I looked up how much a diesel generator uses, even the largest ones, running from sunup to sundown, could not use 60 gallons at a time or in a day. So maybe could we revisit that quantity? I'm not sure where it came from. The other thing I'm a little bit concerned about is in reading the policy as it's currently written, it doesn't limit vendors to the park. We could have vendors up and down Pacific Avenue, up and down March Lane. They could be all over the city where allowed by this. I'm not sure that was the intent of this ordinance. The third thing I'd like to say is I respect Angel Cruz Park and the culture and the people that have been developed there and the historical significance. I'd like council at some point in time to consider having a separate ordinance for Angel Cruise Park that maybe doesn't apply to all the parks citywide, to allow them to have what they do and do it as a culturally significant area designated within a city, an attraction point for visitors to come see. The third thing that I saw in there, should there be an accidental oil spill of cooking oil or the diesel fuel or gasoline, I don't see any protection for storm drains and how that would be dealt with. So I would like to see that included as well. Thank you so much.
Lindley Loth.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Lindley Loth, and I'm a Stockton community member speaking in support of 12.12, the Food Vendor Ordinance. I'm going to make this very quick. First, I urge you to vote in favor of 12.12. Second, please look into making Angel Cruise a historical site. And third, please put a bathroom in Angel Cruise. Third, to the community, I want us to be very mindful about our comments about the ordinance and how this is impacting people's lives. When we do make comments about the ordinance, let us be mindful that sometimes our comments are coming off as microaggressive and borderline racist. When we're talking about 60 gallons of diesel fuel, we must understand that that's the equivalent of almost 4 cars. Nobody has 4 cars worth of diesel at these parks. Using and weaponizing environmental activist language against our communities is problematic. And we shouldn't further divide ourselves, but we should utilize our language to support each other. I want us to make sure that we understand the greater systems of oppression and violence that impact Stockton as a whole, and how we can come together to make that happen, to rise up above that. Thank you. That's all I have to say, and please vote in favor of 12.12.
Casey Ann.
Hello again, Mayor and Council. I'm here to speak on 12.12. As you know, I wasn't going to, but I'm just hearing a lot of comments and just wanted to also share that I think it's important to emphasize how immigrants, refugees, and street vendors bring vibrancy to Stockton. And we're always saying that we want more things to do in Stockton, more places for young people to hang out. And street vendors, a lot that we have seen, have created a community and a space for this. So I hope we can all agree that it's a beautiful sight to see people outside enjoying green spaces, sitting on the grass, using playgrounds, and just giving us more positive things to be proud of our city. And so I understand the concerns. And I also want to say, like, if you haven't been out there, please do come see it for yourself and feel the energy of the community, because it's one thing to do these ordinances and put things on paper and say we need to do this, but are you actually in the community experiencing it with your people? Please come out, see it, and then we can talk. Thank you.
That concludes public comment for consent agenda items.
Wonderful. Are there any items that council would like to pull from the agenda?
12.12, Mayor.
12.3.
Any others? Okay.
I make a motion to
thank you.
approve the remaining.
Second. We have a motion and a fight for second. Council, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. We'll go in numerical order, and we will start with 12.3.
Hello, Elmarosa Vargas, Code and Housing Enforcement Official, here to answer questions.
Yes. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I saw the amount. The only question I had was I was trying to understand the breakdown, but I believe we're contracting to a company to add additional resources to code enforcement, correct?
While we're in the process of hiring, correct.
So the budget, the request, or what we're approving tonight is 5.569 million, a little bit more, and that's for 4 years?
I believe it's 3 with an option to extend 2 years.
And what are we getting for that, just so I can understand?
It's going to be up to 5 positions, so 5 contracted code enforcement officers, which will help bridge that gap for the 5 vacant code enforcement officer positions that we're actively recruiting for. As you're all aware, we've had hiring problems, so this is kind of hopefully to put the resources out there while we're still continuing to hire in the background.
So I know there was the money that council granted prior to this council taking office for the AI software and the AI program. Do these positions help execute on addressing those issues, or is that separate?
We would have them help on that situation as well. So we'd help them. There's going to be a lot of blight. We're going to have them focus on the blight, on the AI software, going out and dealing with those. So it's just to fill those gaps that we're not able to fill right now.
And then one of the public comments I think Ms. Boyd just mentioned about code enforcement hours, does anything change from what we currently have by adding these new positions?
I don't know if everybody's aware, we're in a pilot program right now, so we are operating 7 days a week. So we do have at least one code officer working on the weekends. Every other weekend it's 2. That pilot program ends in end of January, and we're going to kind of see what the feedback is from the employees. It was volunteer-based. We're hoping that it continues, but we're always looking for other ways to keep that going.
Just keep council updated, and please tell your staff that I appreciate everything they've been doing in District 6. I know every time I leave church or I go somewhere, somebody's handing me a code enforcement letter, and I'm like, look, it's just a warning. Fix it. There won't be another issue, but I do appreciate the work that's being done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes,
That's all I have.
Yeah, I have just a couple questions. So with this contract, should we fill those vacancies and we find that we don't need those 5 additional contracted positions, are we able to roll it back, the contract? Or are we attached to this contract no matter what for the next 3 years?
So the idea is, as soon as we fill the vacancies, and that's the way that the RFQ went out, saying as soon as we fill these vacancies, your services aren't needed. I do have Pete Roque here from 4Leaf, maybe to elaborate a little bit more on that.
Okay.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, 4Leaf will only bill what you are utilizing. So let's say you do fill those positions, that money does roll over back to you, to your budgets.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Another question is, Amaros, thank you. In terms of this money, it came from vacancy savings?
From salary savings, correct.
Okay, and you're doing interviews right now?
We had interviews right before this. We'll be back tomorrow at 8 a.m. for another 10 interviews, and again the next day for another 10. So we're still actively recruiting during this whole process.
And what would you say is the biggest hurdle for us? I mean, I've heard from people who said they applied for the position, but what's the biggest hurdle stopping us from filling those vacancies?
Backgrounds. What we find is for every 4 we put in, we might get 1 if we're lucky. And that process is kind of long, so it could be 3-4 months into it, and then we find out they fell, and then we have to go back to the list and pick another name to put in background. So.
And this is because you're part of the police department and they can issue citations?
And they're going into people's homes and things like that,
Okay.
dealing with the public.
Okay, and I'm happy to hear about the pilot program you're doing. It would be great to get an update. Are any of those going into the later hours of the day, or does everybody leave at 5 o'clock? Or
They're done by 5:30.
5:30.
We got to do this in baby steps with them, so I have to make sure this works, and then we'll evaluate all our options.
Well, we can have 4Leaf do it.
Oh,
We can have them do.
He walked out.
do-
No, he's right
yeah,
there.
We can have them do nights and weekends, so your staff can get a break.
It's on our vision board, so we just have to get our staff built up to try to accomplish some of the things that you guys are asking and the hours that you guys want.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. So if there aren't any more questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Council, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Moving on to item 1212, Councilmember Enriquez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for everyone who's given public comment on this item. As folks have shared, this has been 9-10 months in the making in terms of creating an ordinance that I think will benefit the entire city of Stockton. This isn't just one park, one certain intersection. It's really thinking about a comprehensive ordinance that, will represent everybody. As folks have shared, is it perfect? No, but I'll question that no ordinance is perfect, which always leaves a room for every council every 2 years to look into what works, what doesn't, and getting feedback from the community. But in terms of the last 10 months, I just want to give context to folks of how involved. We've been with not just community members, whatever side you are on this issue, our city staff, as well as other council members that have been in partnership with me in previous events that I've hosted when it comes to this discussion. But we've had, in the last 10 months, 2 town halls, one in May, one last week, 4 meetings with our community leaders and our advocates, as well as intense meetings with our city staff, 8 departments, so to speak. And also, always utilizing, I had some folks that were just sharing about how they don't know about certain events. I always utilize my monthly coffee meetings for ideas and solutions, and always have the opportunity to give updates on current legislation that I'm working on, whether it's chairing legislation committee or other committees that the mayor appointed me to. So I'm always very thoughtful of giving folks an opportunity to share ideas along the way. And then when it comes to our 8 departments, just for the record, and again, I deeply appreciate our staff who've been very patient, especially Omarosa and code enforcement. I think I owe you 80 tacos, because every time I use the word street vendor, I owe you maybe 81 tacos. But the following departments assisted in crafting the ordinance: our city attorney's office, our Stockton Police Department, neighborhood services, administrative services, particularly with our business licensing team, community development department, our land use issues code team, community services within our focusing on park usage, public works looking at park maintenance, our municipal utilities looking through our storm drain, and our economic development when it comes to special events. So it truly was a team effort. I said this last week, but if folks have shared it, and this isn't to toot my horn, but if we look at this last year, knowing how a lot has happened, there is not one ordinance that has been this heavily involved with our community and our city staff, and we've truly been listening to the community. Every single thing that I'm looking forward to this discussion. I know my colleagues may have some questions, comments, concerns as we have a good debate in terms of what is going to be the best ordinance moving forward. But for 7 years, this council has not acted on this issue. We have not been in state compliance since 2019 when SB 946 and 972 went into effect. We've had a council that has done nothing with this. And as I said in our first town hall, and I'm grateful for Councilwoman Padilla for joining me, we heard from that first initial meeting, we really took the heat. But it was eye-opening, and I don't want to speak on our behalf, but we were sitting next to each other, taking notes, and really hearing the frustrations from the community about trying to create something from other cities. And again, thank you to Omarosa and her team for, as we modeled after Los Angeles and San Diego. And then from there, we said, okay, let's hear from the community and then start to edit a model that works for Stockton. So again, we're not Los Angeles, we're not San Diego, but we've come a long way in terms of the edits and the feedback. So we can get into the nitty-gritty of the distances and other things that folks have shared. That's great. But I am committed as chair of legislation committee moving forward to continue to dissect this ordinance and any ordinance that isn't perfect, to say, well, let's collect data. Let's start to really see as we go along the way. And the big thing is education. Whether you're speeding, using the hawk light, to creating this ordinance and other ordinances that we have in the city of Stockton, let's give time to really educate what this means, the meat of it, and then we can then make the assessment of what works and what doesn't. But to make assumptions of what is and what's not, I'm not okay with that. I want to really be able to understand. And, you know, the Angel Cruz advocates who have been here, I want to thank them for their advocacy. And as much as, you know, as I've told them, I've been at the park, which is in District 2, and I want to thank Councilwoman Padilla. I know this is something that she's really passionate. Last meeting, she mentioned how much she supports businesses and small businesses. So I really appreciate her alignment with supporting businesses for our community here in Stockton. But as we go into the conversation, also knowing that we had to be really thoughtful about, this isn't just about Angel Cruz Park. We had to think about the entire city as a whole, which is what I started off with. But again, it really has to think of a comprehensive landscape. And with all of our teams, we had our fire department, we had our Stockton Police Department that also chimed in with the edits before we had my last town hall. So when it comes to certain things about the generators, which we'll get into, that in itself, think of it as safety guardrails. But they gave their insight, their expertise, because I'm not going to sit here and say I know more about generators and fuel than the fire department, when they know fire code more than anybody else in this room combined. So I want to be able to just set that standard as we get into the conversation. Again, these are guardrails, not a mandate. Most street vendors in Stockton that use generators are actual fuels carry typically far below the maximum. This aligns with fire and safety standards, give fire and code enforcement a clear enforcement ceiling, not a target. And just going to this really quickly, the generator provision sets the maximum fuel limits and minimum safety distances for vendors who choose to use portable generators. It does not require vendors to carry out the amount of fuel, and most vendors operate well below those limits. If you have data that argues that theory, please provide it for the record. I'm more than happy, and I'm all ears if you have that data. The intent is to establish clear safety standards and prevent unsafe storage while allowing enforcement agencies to address the outliers. And again, I want to thank our fire department, who has been very vocal in giving their expertise on this particular issue. When it comes to the distances, again, we'll get into that, but that also went through a lot of back and forth. Knowing that 4 months from now, if you want this to be on a ledge committee meeting in March or April and we want to change something like that, great. But for 7 years, we haven't heard anything about this. So I want to be able to just be clear about why this is important, because we want to be in compliance with state law that in the city of Stockton, we do allow street vending. Because right now, our code says we do not allow street vending. So if you think about street vendors going rampant and doing all these things, there is nothing to enforce because nothing is on the books. I want that to be clear to folks. Nothing is on the books for people to enforce anything. Our code enforcement team has shared that. Our police department has shared that. The neighbors that call me say, oh, well, there's nothing that they can do. Yes, because there's nothing on the books. This is a good foundation to move the conversation forward, to create policy that works for everybody. And then along the way, as I said, I am committed as chair of LEDGE to be able to work with my colleagues, Vice Mayor Lee and Councilwoman Padilla, moving forward to see what can and does work. So again, I'll close it there, but I'm open to thoughts, concerns from my colleagues, and I look forward to this conversation. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. First, let me say that to the people who spoke today, the community members, I heard you, and I appreciate your civic engagement, how you've been engaged from the beginning, the fact that you're fighting for something that you believe in and that your community believes in. And I love the comment about come in and visit where we are and see what we're talking about versus just making decisions, because when we got elected, we were telling people we were here for the community, and that's where our focus should always be. The other thing I want to say is we've spent more time talking about street vending than we have protecting the lives of our kids. I just want to put that out there. I want to commend my colleague, Councilman Enriquez. The fact that he's this engaged on a matter that he knows is important for the entire city and a population that has felt invisible for decades, I just want to say I really appreciate your leadership. The amount of time you've invested and sharing across all your socials, I just commend you for your leadership on this issue. I mean, I stand with the fact that the community has spoken, the council member has spoken. The fact that we were able to engage the community in a way of partnership to actually work through a complicated issue to find an interest-based approach to resolving this issue for everybody. Who am I to get in the way of that? Who is the council to get in the way of that? Unless there is some big issue that is critical to the safety of our community, I wouldn't understand why we wouldn't support it. So I stand in support of progress, and if the community and the council member can come to a conclusion, then I'm here to support that. And I would ask my colleagues to as well, because we're hearing from the public, and I haven't heard an extreme amount of opposition other than stopping at dusk, but it gets dark at like 4:45 now, so I don't know. I kind of want to eat at 6 o'clock, but that's for the council to decide. Thank you.
Councilwoman Padilla.
Thank you, Mayor. And I will toot your horn, Councilmember Enriquez, because I do know all the time and effort that you have put in this, the town hall meetings, the meeting with city staff and the departments, meeting with constituents, talking to the vendors, and trying to make this fit the needs for everyone. I support this wholeheartedly. My only concern is how do we fit this in to an ordinance that is conducive for the whole city? With regards to Ms. Boyd, as she commented, I've been to Angel Cruz Park several times. I love the culture. I love the idea of the community, the family. Every Sunday morning, you're lining up there, you're talking to each other, you're working together, putting your tents up, helping each other, one another. That is a unique situation within our city. However, we do have other areas throughout our city that are affected, parks, noise, trash, sound, whatever it may be. So my issue is, by passing this, how do we ensure that we are inclusive of our whole city and not just Angel Cruise Park? I see a lot of good things within this ordinance. You guys may only have 3 or 4 generators. Victory Park may have another issue. I'm not sure. Victory Park, again, has a lot of people use the park. Maybe Angel Cruise Park isn't utilized for the purpose of, engaging families. Maybe it's just the culture, the food, the atmosphere, whatever it may be. So how do we mirror those two to meet the needs of the city and be, cognizant of their needs, while also incorporating what you need as well, if that makes sense. There was a comment with regards to needing a bathroom. I know you guys don't have a bathroom out there, no running water. I asked city staff about this. The reason why there is no bathroom at that particular park is because it's a neighborhood park. Neighborhood parks do not typically have bathrooms because it means you can just run across the street and go home. You can run around the block and use the bathroom, or, go and wash your hands. So that is a reason why that particular park does not have a bathroom. It was not made, for those reasons or whatnot. As you know, finance, we have financial straits here. Putting in bathrooms, are hundreds and thousands of dollars. I'm not saying that you don't deserve a bathroom, but I'm just trying to explain why that park may not have a bathroom. Personally, I do have a concern with the feet close to a bathroom. That's just me saying. There was an issue about, what if it floods? What if there's, food contamination, whatever it may be. I know we don't have an ordinance on the books. We need something on the books. However, how can we ensure that all this data, everything that we gathered, can meet the needs of our entire city? So I will leave it at that, and if my colleagues have anything to comment, interject with regards to what I mentioned, I am open to it.
Councilmember Villapudua.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just want to add kudos to the Ledge Committee for you guys throughout this time, put in those long hours, these meetings. I agree with the agenda and where we're going. I think it's a fresh start to where we're going, but I agree as all that it shouldn't be just that area. It has to be all citywide. There's things like I talk to Ms. Boyd all the time about vendors on golf carts coming to neighborhoods. So, there is things that needs to be added on, but this is where we're here, discussion. So, but I really think we're heading to the right direction. And like I said, I want to thank my colleagues, but those are some of the things that hopefully we could add on to that. So, thank you.
Just to make a quick comment about the ordinance and enforcement, this ordinance is going to be complaint-driven. So if you're having issues in any of the parks or any of the areas of Stockton, you can use Ask Stockton, you can call us directly, you can email us, and those are the times that we'll go out and see what's going on at these locations. So.
Councilmember Blauer.
Thank you, Mayor. I really do want to thank the Ledge Committee and thank particularly Councilmember Enriquez for all the time and energy that he's put in it. I appreciate all the time that staff put into working on this. One thing I would really point out to my colleagues, if we as a body wait until an ordinance is perfect, we're never going to pass any ordinances. One thing I worked on back when I came onto council in 23, one thing I felt very passionate about was doing something about the smoke shops. I really wanted to get a tobacco retail license ordinance passed, and that was something that had previous councils had looked at, and it had been kicking around, and it just sort of languished. And so what I did was I continued to hammer on staff, hammer on the city manager, and push it and push it and push it until we could finally get it before the council. Now, that ordinance that we did pass was not a perfect ordinance, but there was time sensitivity. It was something that, you know, to do a retail ordinance, you can't just blanket and make everybody on day one sign up. It had to be phased in with when people renewed their business license. So that was something that once it passed, then there's a time period until it goes into effect. I think it's, 90 days. And then it would really be a year until everybody had done that. So that was something that all along needed to get passed with the idea that down the road we would improve it. And I'm pleased that this council took that up this year and did improve it. And I'm very, very thankful to the Stockton Police Department that has been heavily enforcing and working on that. So the reason I bring all this up is when I look at this ordinance, as Councilmember Enriquez said, we haven't had this for 7 years, and we should have some sort of an ordinance. We don't have any ordinance. And as Omarosa just mentioned, you know, it is complaint driven. This is something that, this ordinance isn't just for Angel Cruz Park, it's for the whole city. As time goes by, if we pass this, and I'm in favor of passing this, get it on the books, then if we need to do tweaks, there's opportunity to do tweaks. So to shoot this down because you don't think it's, you know, perfect at this point, I think is short-sighted. So I'm definitely in favor of this ordinance.
Thank you. I just had a couple comments. I too am in favor from 7 a.m. to dusk in the summer times. It's light till 9 o'clock. I know that there's opportunities to go longer than that, and I don't know who would want to be out in the dark. Just saying. And then I would say too that I like the fact that there was, you know, no driving on the lawn, because one of the things we've had to do, we've had to fix a lot of sprinklers and irrigation systems for that. And then the one thing I was looking for on here was a distance to brick and mortar. But I'll go to my other questions if you find the distance to a brick and mortar. And then, while I understand that it's complaint driven, there isn't going to be a compliance check at all, just because you got to have the, you know, the business license, the health clearance, the health department clearance. So when they come in, I saw when they come in to get a business license for this, information is given to them, because like they have to have a fire extinguisher. You know, there's things that they have to have.
They will be given a packet with all the information they need to have. They can't get a business license until they get a health permit from the San Joaquin County. So they go through all that first. So they bring that certificate, health certificate in, clearance from the county, then they apply for the business license.
And do we have it in multiple languages?
We have it in a few languages, and we will work with getting multiple languages by the time this gets done.
Okay, great. Did you find it? I was going through trying to find it.
8.70.070, restricted vending locations. If you go down to B7, any food or merchandise establishment during the establishment regular hours of business is one of the restrictions that they can't operate within 300 feet of.
Yeah, because I do see, I do see a residential use area there. And it does say that roaming vendors are between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. on any given day. And I want us to have, though, a consistent policy. So I understand potentially why a roaming vendor, but I just believe they should have the same. The other thing I had a question about was, and I know this is, you know, food, but telephone vendors that block every sidewalk, Just throwing that out there. That might not be in this one, but maybe we can address that, because you can't walk down Washington Street because of all the telephone vendors, or over by Walgreens at Center and Harding Way. Literally, you have to figure out traverse to get around them.
They're also a part of this ordinance.
Okay, so, okay, great. And then when it is enforcement, so, you know, warning, I see that it's $100, $200, $400 for one set, and then $250, $500, and $1,000 for two different ones, because it's under business license and it's under the
Chapter 5 and Chapter 8, yes.
So when fire goes out, because if there's an open flame, fire, you know, might get a call to go out there, but fire can't issue a citation. I mean, are you guys going to work together? That's my whole thing.
We regularly work with the fire department, including building as well, just as context in any of our enforcement actions. So in those situations, fire and code would both be going out together.
Yeah, and I would just say, you know, to that effect, going out and just letting people know that are doing this, just so they understand what the rules are, because again, we support. Believe it or not, I went to Angel Cruz many times. Started like 15 years ago, though, when it was a little bit smaller than it is now. And speaking of that, I could find a parking place rather easily. Now, if I go over there, it's hard to find any parking there. And so my concern is also, which is separate from, you know, the vending ordinance, but, you know, if people are potentially going to get citations under that, that's a whole different
You mean like illegally parking, double parking things? Yeah, that's something that would be handled under our police department.
Yeah, because I have been contacted by the church.
Yeah.
Having difficulty. I think that's it. I do think 200 feet from a bathroom is fine. It wouldn't even apply to Angel Cruz Park because they don't have a bathroom. But the other parks, knowing, you know, Victory Park used to be in my district. Now it's in District 4. But this is something that I've heard about for several years on this. And then generators, yeah, generators are loud. We have one at our house. It's a smaller one. It's still loud. So I get it for people who live across the street from a park, that it can be very noisy. And I know that we have noise ordinance, do we not? So could the noise ordinance then cover that as a separate item?
Yes.
So we don't have to put it here? There's
No, 'cause we already have
something established, so
Correct.
no need to put it in there.
Correct.
Okay, okay. Well, that answers all of my questions. I appreciate it. Councilmember Enriquez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate my colleagues for their thoughts, ideas in this discussion. Again, as I said, I am committed through LEDGE to make tweaks along the way as we take the next 30 days, if this does pass tonight, go into effect. And one of the things I appreciate about what the mayor just said earlier in her comments to staff was, this really is going to be a year about education. We've said it in our town halls and our meetings that we want to be able to translate it in as many languages as possible, and also an audio option, knowing that not everybody can read specific languages. So we want to be able to explore an audio option. And then we want to be able to work with our chambers of commerce to, again, be able to provide some support when it comes to funding, you know, going to get your peddler license. I want to thank Sharon and her team for the education on that. And this will be an ongoing partnership with our community all throughout the city of Stockton, not just one particular park, as we tried our best to make this inclusive. But I am committing to my colleagues on the record. As I said, I will do as much as I can on LEDGE committee, working with my colleagues, and continuing the town halls. It wasn't just 2 and that's it. We will have many more. So again, I took all the notes. I want to thank our team and my colleagues, and if there's no other questions, I'd like to motion to approve.
Second.
So no 7 a.m. to dusk.
Oh, I don't go outside at dark too, so I'm not necessarily opposed to that. So, but you know, I mean, if that's okay with the group, that's fine with
I
me.
mean, that's one line in there.
Oh, yeah. That's fine. I'm happy to amend that part.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second with the addition of an hour of 7 a.m. to dusk, which in the summertime could be 9 o'clock. So you can be working till 9 o'clock. So council members, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Okay. Okay. We are now done with the consent agenda, and we will move on to, we don't have any administrative matters or unfinished business or public hearings. So new business, item 16.1, adopt a resolution to accept California Board of State Community Corrections Safe Neighborhood and School Act, Cohort 5 grant funds in the amount of $8 million for the period of October 1, 2025 through June 30th of 2029, and authorizing execution of grant agreements. Ms. Larson, floor is yours.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. This is an unusual setup for me tonight because I'm used to standing up at the podium and I love to stand and talk, but I'm going to do my very best to adopt to this new position. So happy to be sitting next to you, Mr. Ford. Okay, so my name is Laura Larson, and I'm the director with the Stockton Office of Violence Prevention. Tonight, I am here to talk about the Prop 47 grant, and I have a lot of information to share with you, and I'm certainly prepared to answer any questions that you might have. So I'm here to seek approval to accept $8 million in grant funding from the Board of State and Community Corrections. With these funds, the Office of Violence Prevention, in collaboration with county and community partners, we will implement, ready for this? The restorative, engagement, and diversion through incarceration, reduction, care, and treatment project. And going forward for the rest of this presentation, I will just call that the redirect project, if that's okay. I just want to share that Prop 47 supports Stockton's violence prevention efforts by addressing the root conditions that fuel violence in our community. Poverty, unstable housing, untreated trauma, food insecurities, and limited access to employment and job skills. These are not a side issue. These are the underlying drivers of violence, including gun violence. As some of you may know, OVP operates through a public health lens. You cannot just treat a disease by only treating the symptoms. You cannot prevent violence without addressing how it spreads. We know, and research absolutely supports this, that violence is transmitted through behavior, through trauma, and through instability. That means effective prevention requires addressing the underlying conditions that drive that violence. So the Prop 47 funding will allow Stockton and the county to invest upstream to reduce violence, strengthen families, and make our communities safer. Oh, I can see it right there. Okay. Where do I point the twanger? Back behind me? Oh. You can just click the button. There we go. Thank you. Okay. There we go. So you may be asking yourself, what is Proposition 47? Well, in 2024, California voters passed Proposition 44 because they wanted to reduce prison populations and they wanted to shift the focus away from incarceration to treatment. We all know that locking people up for crimes is not the answer. They don't get rehabilitated, they get institutionalized. And so they really wanted, with Prop 47, they wanted to focus on providing treatment to individuals as opposed to locking them up. So what did this proposition do? It reclassified certain nonviolent, low-level drug and property crimes from felonies to misdemeanors. So this proposition supports individuals who are facing those types of charges. You may be asking yourself, well, with the Office of Violence Prevention, we work with Stockton's 1% of the population driving the violence. And we're also going to be expanding our services with Prop 47 to work with other individuals who might have other crimes that don't fit Prop 47. But what we have learned through the Public Defender's Office is that someone can have a history of violent crimes or crimes that don't qualify for Prop 47, but if the current charges that they're being faced with meet the Proposition 47 guidelines, we can certainly serve them. So essentially, the Redirect Project, it's we're replacing incarceration with treatment. And diversion, we're addressing mild to moderate mental health substance use and systemic inequalities. So why are we addressing mild to moderate? Within the substance abuse arena and the mental health arena, if you have moderate to severe, you can go down to 1212 North California Street. There are countywide programs that support you. But if you are mild to moderate, you'll get a referral to a community agency, and they'll say, you know, go over here, and these are the folks that will serve you. Well, we know that a lot of people get lost in that shuffle of them getting a referral and then having to go to that agency to support them. So with this particular grant, our target population are those individuals who screen for mild to moderate in either behavioral health needs or substance abuse needs. This grant will support youth ages 15 on up. We did have an age, I think it was 35, but we also put language within our grant application that said if someone younger or if someone older comes to the program, we're certainly going to serve them. We're not going to turn them away because they fall outside of a particular age range. And our primary focus really is to reduce recidivism and improve community safety. This particular slide. So when we were writing our grant, with all grant applications, you have to identify what is the project need. And one of the driving documents that helped us identify the need was the San Joaquin County Community Health Needs for 2025. And within that, what we found is that San Joaquin County faces urgent challenges in mental health, substance use, and criminal justice involvement, particularly in neighborhoods hardest hit by violence and poverty. And I just pulled out a few stats here. In San Joaquin County, there are 13.5 suicides per 100 individuals in the county. The state as a whole, the average is 10.9. So we are almost 3 percentage points higher than the state as a whole. When you look at drug overdose, we are 24.7 per 100,000. The state as a whole is 16.2 statewide. That's huge. And if you dive even further into the county health assessment, which is available online if anybody would like to actually review that, these types of suicide, drug overdoses, they're called death by despair. I was really taken back when I read that section because I had never heard that term. So what does death by despair mean? It means that in San Joaquin County, there are 36 fewer mental health providers per capita. So there's no access for individuals who are struggling. Death by despair is suicide, it's drug overdose, and it's alcohol-related diseases. These deaths are preventable. It's not something that you're diagnosed with and there's no treatment. There's absolutely treatment. But in order for there to be treatment, one, you have to know about it, you have to have access to it, and you have to have the wherewithal to know how to access it. So while these conditions, and all of these conditions, you may be wondering, well, why does this matter? All of these conditions are pathways to people being justice involved. When you have mental health challenges and you don't know how to get treatment for it, then you act out and you might find yourself committing a crime. When you're using substances and you don't know how to get treatment so that you can seek sobriety, you're going to act out and you might find yourself catching a case. So all of these are a portion of the drivers of violence, which we talked about in the very beginning. Here we go. So who's our target population? So our target population are just involved individuals, ages 15 and older, with Prop 47 eligible offenses and a history of mental health or substance use disorders. I do want to make a distinction here. When it says a history of, it can be that if it appears like someone might have a mental health need or a substance abuse need, we can serve them. They don't have to have a formal diagnosis for that. If it appears that they're struggling, we can send them over for an assessment to determine what supports they might need. We're going to be disproportionately includes Hispanic, Latino, Black, and African American, Asian residents who make up over 60% of the county's population and are overrepresented in the justice system. So we absolutely want to create pathways for individuals to treatment and diversion as opposed to incarceration. One thing I would like to share is that San Joaquin County currently does not have a diversion program for youth who end up in juvenile court. We're working with the judicial court, the judges over there. We're working with Judy Ann from the Public Defender's Office, and I don't know if it's because of funding or what, but they don't have a diversion program. So when youth go over there and they have a low-level crime, they might say, okay, well, don't do that, and then they get sent away. They're not tracking recidivism, but what we do know is a lot of those youth end up coming back to a higher crime that might end up on probation, informal probation, then formal probation, and maybe incarceration. Our hope is with this program that the judges will be making a referral to this program. OVP will be doing the youth, and we will provide to them services and support so that they don't end up back actually incarcerated or on formal probation. The goal of the redirect program: reduce recidivism, divert youth and adults away from the justice system, connect partners to trauma-informed community-based supports, address the root cause such as behavioral health needs and substance use and economic instability. And who are the key partners? So the Office of Violence Prevention is going to be adding staff to this particular grant, and we're going to be expanding our services to serve the youth. So we will be in the juvenile court system, and all the youth that are referred to us through this program, the Office of Violence Prevention will be serving them. Not only are they going to get all the services that comes with Prop 47, but obviously they're going to get the mental health, the mentorship, and all the other services that OVP currently offers all of our clients. Friends Outside is our other partner. Friends Outside has over 70 years of operating in this county and in the state. And they're going to be providing a multitude of services: intensive case management, substance abuse treatment, education support, employment readiness, pro-social education, and adult age transitional youth support. That are individuals who are 18 and over. San Joaquin County Behavioral Health, they're going to be supporting with us with the referrals for substance abuse and mental health assessments. And then the Public Defender's Office is going to be working directly with the redirect program and providing a social worker who will be in the courts, the juvenile courts, supporting the peacekeepers with the referrals, making sure that the assessments are being done and generating court reports that will go back to the court, to the judges, to see the progress of the clients. And then we also have several community-based organizations that will also be working with us. Some of the core services. Our services are all going to be trauma-informed. There's going to be substance use and behavioral health treatment. I'm really excited about the youth component of this. We're going to be implementing, it's called the Mindful-Based Substance Abuse Treatment Program, MBSAT. And it's a really innovative way to address substance use using mindfulness techniques. And it doesn't just address someone's drug use, it teaches them how to identify their triggers and then how to manage that trigger. One of the primary things that we hear people say when they have reached a place of sobriety, they go places, people, and things, and they're triggered by a memory, by a smell, by a person, by something they say, and they don't know how to manage that trigger, so what do they end up doing? They end up relapsing. We're really hoping that the MBSAT program will teach them how to manage those triggers, and they won't relapse. But it's even more than that. When you can manage a trigger for substance use, and you can start to identify when your body is having a reaction to something external to you, you can also manage other things, meaning someone that you're angry with. Instead of fighting with them, you're going to maybe recognize that you're having a reaction to that, and maybe you'll step away. So applying the mindful-based technique to the youth that we're going to serve is going to service them more than just substance use, but in a variety of different capacities within their life. We're creating a new a new employment program called LEAP. It's Leveraging Employment Through Apprenticeship Program. This is going to be a 6-week paid employment, readiness, and job placement program. Friends Outside will be carrying this program out, and we're really excited about it. You guys might recall the STAR program. It's very similar, but it's going to be shorter in duration. They're going to get job readiness training, resume training, interview training, and then we're going to do an assessment and find out what are their aptitudes, what employment position is most suited for them, and then we're going to actually put them in a trade put them in school, or put them in an actual job, depending on what the assessment turns out to be. There's going to be a lot of family engagement and pro-social mentorship, restorative justice circles, expungement events, and community services. I don't know if the community is aware, but the Public Defender Office, they hold expungement clinics all the time. And the public defenders are always saying, send your people over. We'll help them submit those applications for expungement and make sure that it's filled out correctly, and then we'll get that submitted to them, for them. And most importantly, with every grant that I write or I'm a partner with, there always has to be resources for food, housing, mental health supports, emergency funding for when something comes up and someone can't pay their rent, can't pay their PG&E, because we know not being able to meet your basic everyday life needs are connected to those underlying root causes of violence. And so this grant also comes with a lot of money for housing and all those other needs that I talked about. Also, community engagement. We're going to be doing a lot of community events with some of the funding from this. So here, I didn't want to spend a lot of time going into the goals of the grant, but I just pulled out some really important ones. Over the 3-year period, we hope to serve 650 individuals. We are looking to have a 25% increase in participation regarding sobriety. And so we will administer valid tests to the individuals. It's self-reported, and we're going to track their sobriety. Increased employment and housing supports. Our goal that we set was that 50% of the participants will secure employment or be enrolled in a paid workforce program. 50 to 60% of the participants will receive housing support. And then recidivism. We're looking to reduce recidivism by 25%, with at least 30% of the participants will achieve some type of educational milestones, whether it be a GED, high school diploma through Combat Kids, or vocational certification. So with that, in closing, Prop 47 will serve San Joaquin County as a whole, but it will also advance this council's priority goals for 24-25. For example, this grant will improving quality of life through stabilization of individuals and families, expanding youth programming and early intervention supports, developing the workforce and strengthening pathways to employment, reducing crime to focus areas by addressing the root cause through diversion, trauma-informed services, and reentry support, addressing homelessness through housing stabilization and supportive services, leveraging city and partner resources to improve public health, community well-being, and long-term resiliency. With that, it is recommended that the City Council approve a resolution to authorize the city manager to execute grant agreements from the State of California Board of State Community Corrections in the amount of $8 million. Authorize the city manager to appropriate grant revenues and expenditures in the amount of $8 million. Authorize the allocation of 3 full-time grant-funded OVP staff, 1 outreach worker, 1 outreach supervisor, and 2 outreach positions. The grant funds received shall not be used to supplant expenditures controlled by this body. Authorize the city manager to designate or to execute a managed contractor agreements and consultant agreements in the amounts consistent with the grant agreements. Authorize the city manager is hereby authorized to take appropriate and necessary actions to carry out the purpose and intent of this resolution.
So before we go to public comment, are there questions from council on this? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I've been a champion and a critic of our prevention efforts, and so first of all, let me congratulate you and the team for being able to solidify this amount of resource. I mean, our community needs it, obviously. When I look at the before I say that, friends outside, I'm glad to see that we're partnering with you. I feel bad that I have not made time to come over there and see you because I know the amazing work that you're doing, and I will get there. I promise. So hold me to that. So I'm glad to see you involved. And what I know about friends outside, for the most part, is you all address the recidivism rate and helping people when they get out to become more stable and productive. And I think we need to do more of that because we're recycling trauma in this community, and it's having an impact on our neighbors. When I look at the presentation, is this presentation pretty much a summary of what came out of the grant? Or is this the kind of like the hot 35,000-foot overview of what we're going to do? Because I'm still looking for details, tracking, outcomes, measurables, testimonials. Like, I want to see the work actually materialize into trackable outcomes. And the reason why I say that is because when we look at this mass shooting, I met most of the people I've seen on social media and that are in jail now in your office as part of the work that we're doing. So I want to know where we're failing, where we're succeeding, and where there's more opportunity as a city that we could be doing more. So I guess the first question is all of this a presentation based on what's in the grant? And is there more to come in terms of finite details of what we're actually going to do with the money?
So yes, this was a high-level overview of what the grant proposal was. What we're going to be doing with the grant, Vice Mayor, is one, we're establishing a youth diversion program with the juvenile courts. Those individuals will be a direct referral to the Office of Violence Prevention. We'll do our assessments with them, and then we're going to provide them intensive case management. The Superior Court referrals will go to Friends Outside because they're going to be servicing the adults. Each partner in this grant will have a contract, and within that scope of work, it's going to lay out the expectations for collecting the information, collecting the data, and tracking the outcomes. We have a multitude of expectations that the state has set forth of what data we need to collect, and quarterly we have to do a progress report to the state to look at our outcomes, so they know if we are actually working towards the goals that we have set. With respect to oversight, I currently have a $2 million grant with CalVet. Friends Outside is one of my primary partners with that one, but I also have a variety of other vendors. So there are always expectations set forth by my department because we're the lead agency. So we meet monthly with the vendors to make sure that they're adhering to their scope of work. We collect the data monthly to look to make sure that the people that are being referred over, that they're spending their money as according to the budget with the grant. And if there are any discrepancies, we obviously have a conversation with them to support them in getting back on track to whatever the scope of work in the contract as laid out. With respect to the funding, I will just add that this is a reimbursement type grant, so we don't give any money up front, although we could have asked for any money, but I think if people are committed to doing this work, there should be some foundation of being able to start the work and then get reimbursement for that. So there's no money being given out up front, so any services provided, any people supported, whatever clients are being supported, they have to submit back to the city a receipt, and that receipt has to be verified that it was actually authorized within the grant budget. Those receipts come through, they go to my grant program manager, which is included in this grant, then it goes to my fiscal manager, and then I review it and make sure that it all aligns, and then it goes to the state every quarterly, and then the state does the exact same thing. They're looking at the invoices, they're looking at what was charged, then they're looking at the budget to make sure that it falls within the appropriate line items, and then they have to sign off on it as well. So with respect to the 36 months, we're working with CSU Stanislaus, who is conducting the evaluation. It was really important for this level of this grant to have an independent evaluator so that to look at what we're doing, to make sure that what we're doing aligns with what we said we were going to do. And so Stan State is going to be the one doing that. So the data is not coming through the Office of Violence Prevention. It's going directly to Stan State. So they will be, and they're having their graduate students work on that along with, I think is it Dr. Esteban? Yeah. So these universities, they're academic, right? So they have a standard that they have to adhere to keep their accreditation and whatnot. And so I have no worries, and I hope that no one else here has any worries that the evaluation and the tracking of what's happening monthly and quarterly based off of their evaluation of what we're doing, it is exactly what is being reported.
Oh, no, I saw that. I think that independent evaluation is going to be great. I mean, I don't know exactly what specific line item evaluation points are going to be. I mean, I look forward to seeing more on that, and there'll be, I'm sure, more discussion around what our prevention plans are. I do have another question with respect to age, though. I saw 15, and we know that now with California laws changing, gangs are using 13-year-olds to commit murder. Why are we not targeting, if we're looking at prevention, 13, 14, 12-year-olds as part of the effort to prevent them from getting to the point of no return?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and that's why in the grant proposal, we made the stipulation that we had to pick an age range, but we said we would serve people younger than 15 and people older than 35 if they were brought to our door. And I will just make this point, is that we recently got a referral from the DA's office for someone who was 12. And so we're not turning anyone away when there is a need being brought to our attention about related to violence. We don't care how old they are, we're serving them.
Right, but what I'm saying is, serving and targeting are two different words. I want to be very clear on intention as we move forward and looking at prevention, right? I don't know if you're working with Deputy Chief Probation Officer Emily Herrera, but when I worked at probation in Stanislaus County, me, her, and Steve, the chief, worked together very closely. They were in the field, I was in the institution. And I know that having gone over there with, I believe, Councilwoman Padilla, we did a tour and learning about how the laws of the state have truly impacted incarceration, and the gangs have been smart about figuring out how to use younger kids. I think serving them if they come to us is one thing, but I think going out and intentionally reaching them before they get to us, I think is prevention. So I would say just if there's some consideration for maybe modifying our approach and looking at a 12, 13-year-old, 14-year-old, because 15, they know they're not going to commit the murders. They know to go get the 13-year-olds. So I would just offer that, but thank you for the presentation.
I had just a couple questions real quick. So quarterly reports, I see those have to be going out. Are we going to have access to that? Are they going to be made available to the public with redaction or whatever? But are we going to be able to see how this program is advancing?
For sure. So the state actually will create a dashboard, and so the different cities that were awarded the grant, the progress reports and the progress can be seen at the state dashboard. We haven't considered that yet, but we do. I was planning with this particular grant, because it was so extensive, coming back annually when we do our program update, to come back and then share annually how the grant is doing.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I also would like to see the quarterly report. So once that location, if you can share it, because people in the community want to know the work that's being done.
Absolutely.
On the invoicing and the payments, will that all go through your office? Will you be sending the invoice up, or submitting it, and then they go to the city, they pay it to the city, and the city then disperses that?
Yes, so the invoices come into the Office of Violence Prevention, and then we create an invoice that goes to the state, and then the invoice will send back one check, and then through the contracts that are established with each vendor, payments will be issued to the vendors through their vendor portal.
And then last question before I hand it over to Councilmember Villapudua. So referrals, you were talking about how they get to you. Referrals from school. I mean, are you going to be partnering at all? I know that he's not here. That it was asked, to link them up with somebody at our schools, because a lot of times we have a lot of information at schools that I think, since they're coming to school, I don't think all is lost. I think that's a group you can capture as well.
So we certainly have. Even now, before this grant, we take referrals from everyone, from schools, from community members, from agencies. It doesn't matter. We take them from everyone. But I also want to make a note that we also applied for the CalVIP grant. And with that particular grant, we are going to be in the schools, junior high, high schools. And so that's going to be another avenue into the young people. But to your question, absolutely, we accept referrals from anyone.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Villapudua.
Thank you, Mayor. Some of the questions you already asked for me. Thank you for the presentation as well. I see a lot of the partners actually have a really good record here in our community. A lot of them I've worked with as well, friends outside, is out here. But you mentioned trades, which I'm really big on trades. So what kind of trades are you going to be providing for these individuals?
Yeah, so if I could have Michael stand up. His friends outside are going to be administering that portion of the grant. You want to stand right here? I definitely don't want to misspeak.
That's fine.
I love the coaching. Michael Sorensen, Friends Outside Executive Director, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. The question about an employment program within the grant, we have proposed, and it has been approved, to do 6 groups of 6 folks 18 and up who are interested in learning how to go after jobs, how to interview appropriately, how to complete their resume. There'll be some community experience with volunteering. The curriculum itself is called LEAP. I have not gone through the curriculum all the way through myself, but we will have a job developer whose job it is to do the 4 hours of education 4 days a week for 6 weeks. There'll be a paid stipend for those who participate, and that job developer will then spend half of their time in the community developing jobs for the individuals that will then put into placement. My experience at Friends Outside has been that when you're working with justice involved and justice impacted folks, employers don't want to advertise that. But where we can create relationships and working with WorkNet, where I'm on the board, Patty and I have talked quite a bit about this population, and so we'll be working together with WorkNet as well.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Appreciate it.
Councilwoman Padilla.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I just want to congratulate you on receiving such a substantial grant, and I just want to echo my colleagues with regards to outcomes. I know it's fantastic we receive the money and we're able to, disperse it to our partners, but data outcomes is something that, this council requires. So going forward in the following months, year, quarterly, however, just continue to update the council. But again, congratulations.
If I could just add to that, I just want to say that I come from the child welfare arena, and everything that we did in child welfare, we only knew if we were moving the needle through our data. And so being very mindful of the comments regarding data, I will make sure that this particular grant, we have strong data that can share the milestones for this program.
And before we go to public comment, because I know somebody's probably going to mention this, has anyone from Youth, Peace, and Justice Foundation spoken to you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, just want to make that perfectly clear. Okay, moving on to public comment.
David Sanktai.
Yeah, I just want to say I fully support this agenda item and the city accepting $8 million in prop funding for prevention, treatment, and reentry. It's timely, especially after what happened last month. It's sad what happened, and this is the sort of work that prevents further and future tragedies from taking place in our city. And I, again, want to also echo, and I think Mayor Fugazi alluded to this, an out-of-state nonprofit has publicly urged council via a very odd press release to vote no on this item. And they've paired that demand with some unverified claim about brokering a supposed ceasefire in our city. And local governing agencies, law enforcement, and established violence prevention organizations and partners have not confirmed any of these claims. It's weird. And I mean that in the California way. It's weird. And let's be real, violence prevention, credibility is everything. Our peacekeepers, the folks on the ground, right? Some of the recipients of this money, they know the streets, they know these folks, right? And credibility means everything. And pressuring council with some ultimatum to unverified claims is dangerous, and I'm not standing for it. So I encourage and implore council to ignore that white noise. It's weird. We don't know who these people are. Nobody's done their work with them. For all we know, they're coming in here trying to do what they want to do with our city, and we know what works. We have the people in our leadership on the ground already doing said work. And so, congratulations on receiving the $8 million. I'm also very keen on knowing that Stanislaus State will be doing that monitoring and evaluations. Important that we get our data right moving forward, but to also be aware that there are sometimes external players and external noises that are trying to take away from the actual work we need to do. So I'm hoping and very keen to see a 7-0 vote on this agenda item so that we can continue doing the work that prevents tragedies and keeps our children's lives in our hands. Thank you.
Ralph White.
My question is, how many black people do you have working in your department? Can I ask you, could you ask the question?
I
Or
can
do
when you're done speaking.
Thank you. Well, I want to know how many black people are going to be working, because dealing with a lot of black kids that has problems too, okay? And I don't need to see, and I want to know how many we make up, 13%, and I want to know how many Hispanic people is working. They make up about 42% now. So I'd like to see that percentage broken down. From now on, you know money, you know how to ask for the money. I want it to be equally distributed. And I don't want a whole lot of other people over us, and we don't have none of us in now. And I want us to be in the same position as everybody, equally split. So if you understand what I'm saying, if it takes $200,000 to get a program going, and everybody put $50,000 in, everybody got $50,000 worth coming out. So if you're taking these programs, and we know the problems that we have with this shooting and everything else, they go in the neighborhood. If you don't have some of us in there, then we ain't gonna get it, you know. So you wanna catch a rat, you can catch a rat with another rat quicker than you can catch him with another cat. And if you want to catch a dog, you can catch a dog with another dog quicker than you can catch it with a rat, okay, or a cat. So it's the same thing. If our people is in there, Hispanic people is in there, I want everybody to be treated the same. I want equal share. I pay more taxes than anybody in this damn room right now. And I want my taxes to be equally spread out fairly in all positions.
Pat Barrett.
Pat Barrett, residence. Laura, you can talk fast. Boy, following you is like a marathon. Look, as an advocate for unhoused, for mental health, housing, and reentry, which is one of our hardest communities to house because of their history, I hope that, and I'm praying that a lot of this money can go for housing and that you can find another way. I know you've already put into the grant for the outreach workers and stuff, but peer support specialists can do that kind of work, get paid through the Medi-Cal, and use that money for programming. I just had a discussion at another board. He already left, earlier today, and idle hands are the devil's advocates. And I love your program. I'm a firm believer this one. It helped me for over 40 years outside the prisons during visiting and stuff. But we do need lived, experienced workers in this field. No doubt about it. There was a man here last week. He'd be great. I was having a conversation today that we need to bring back some of these retired OGs because you've taken the sharks out of the tank, and these youngsters are fighting for those positions. We need to look at the mental health part. Mental health, I sit on the board for the prison outside there, and I know you're active there. I know you're active there. The warden brought you guys up. But there's that pilot program that is a social model program that they've offered inmates to have apartment-like cells. Just to see about how to end recidivism. And this could be a community that you guys could also touch out to see about housing, to do the model housing with them. I'm into the housing part. I'm into the reentry part. Peer support specialists have to have a specialty for reentry. Thank you.
Alyssa Leyva.
Sorry, I'm repeating myself. Stockton stands in solidarity with violence prevention services. I think the police, and I repeat myself all the time, the police make way too much money, and we really need to reappropriate our funds so that we have services, so that we're being hands-on and having the prevention so that people aren't even incarcerated, right? I don't know. I have a lot on my mind right now. I'm also kind of hungry. But, I'm going to leave, but, just having more consent, like the substations, and we don't have an auditor, or we don't have a budget passed yet. And in light of just the trauma that our city is going through, the CPTSD, the vicarious trauma of violence, I just really hope you do right by us. That's it. That's why I go hard in this investigation. Thanks.
Jalen Galasano.
Hello again. I just wanted to say that I was really intrigued by this item on the agenda and had wanted to do as much research as I could. And honestly, a lot I've learned about through this presentation, but also from like other community members. I just wanted to say that I love the mentions of restorative justice circles. I've never heard that type of language in city council meetings. I'm also kind of newer in adulthood, but it's just very refreshing to hear that, you know. And every time I see breakdowns of data within San Joaquin County and even within Stockton, I feel like the only thing I could do is cry or get really angry. And it's just really good to hear that we are tackling things at the root, because I'm from the South Side. I was born and raised in a historically redlined community. Oftentimes we just hear this blame on the individual, like, oh, that was their fault, oh, they joined a gang, oh, she got pregnant, or like those are the stereotypes pushed onto us like as young as 5. So I hope that we can continue this conversation of like the systems at root, like it's not just substance abuse, it's not just that person became unhoused, like what is the root of all of that? And yeah, I am intrigued to see how this develops, but I just wanted to uplift that.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Okay, as we go into this portion, we'll be at 5 minutes for discussion and debate on this. I do have a question regarding, I do know that you have people in your department that are black. I do know that some of the partners are run by black women. So, you know, we have black people working in these programs, correct?
We do. We do.
Okay. Thank you on that. Yes. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm glad you just stressed that, because I was going to say, yeah, I'm aware that we do. The second piece is earlier, I think the mayor kind of just threw it out there, and I appreciate that she did that with respect to all the inquiries I've gotten from the media about this organization that I've never heard of, I'm not familiar with, and I didn't call any of the media back because I called the people that are doing the work. I think we have to be very careful of allowing people to politic the pain of Stockton and what people are going through, and I'll speak to it in my council comments later. But I just, you know, I didn't return any calls because I thought it was just really in poor taste that that headline kind of just bypassed all the amazing work that our staff are doing in the streets. And for the people that are doing the work, and for you to be out there in the trenches talking to the people that are affected and not be able to respond and not respond, I just want to say that we're responding for you, so thank you for that. The other thing is, I mean, as we get further into this, I mean, I'm excited again that these resources are here. I'm glad that CalVIP is hopefully coming. I'm glad that we're doing things. I will speak to the piece that Mr. White just talked about, not necessarily from a race perspective, but making sure we're hiring the right people to complement the team, because right now more than ever, the world is watching what's happening, and all these resources coming into our city for prevention services in partnership with great partners, and I know our county partners are at the table and are really optimistic about our future, that we get it right by adding the right people to our team. And I appreciate the city manager, our conversations almost weekly about making Stockton a safer place. I appreciate all the work that's happening. So that's all I have to say on this, but congratulations on the opportunity.
I just have a few comments. Recidivism. That was my master's thesis in incarceration, and how there are just too few programs when someone's incarcerated where they can gain skills so they can market those when they are out. And so if you leave and you don't have any means to earn money, you know, for your family or for whatever reason, it makes it really difficult not to re-offend in many cases. And so with the LEAP program, I'm excited about that. I would also say, you know, the building trades currently are working in our county jail doing the MC3 program, great program, and that can get them right into a apprenticeship. They get extra points for that. As far as mental health, I know that behavioral Health Services, who San Joaquin County is a partner, as well as Friends on the Outside with intensive case management and mental health services for the people that you will be working with on this. And then I'm happy that Mr. Sengtai is happy about this as he leaves. He was actually second, and I was going to say, Mr. Rangel, hopefully, this is helping you see the work and the effort that we're actually doing. And when I say we, I don't mean me, I mean OVP and the work that they're doing in our community, because people don't give them enough credit for the work that they're doing. And the fact that this outside entity thought they could send a ChatGPT press release out to everybody, and people bought it hook, line, and sinker. But, media were like, they did their investigation and they didn't get anybody calling them back either. So I'm glad that we have this here. I'm looking forward to reading the reports, but I'm more looking forward to us having a reduction in number of our youth that are participating in this type of activity and this lifestyle, because we have to make those changes. We have to show them that there is opportunity out there, that there's hope for them out there, that it's not too late. It's never too late. It's never too late to take a different path. And that's what you all will be hopefully providing them through this grant. And I know we couldn't do it without it at this level. So Friends on the Outside, I see you got the biggest chunk, and I know you got the most work to do. Yes. And as someone who is my nephew, Friends on the Outside, thank you for the work that you've done with him. He just got his forklift certification, so I'm super proud of him for that, but he's taken classes. He's involved in his children's lives, so those are all wins, and he's clean and sober. So thank you for that. Okay, Councilmember Villapudua.
Oh, Mayor, if my colleagues have nothing else to say, make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Motion and second. Council, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, wonderful. Okay, to the last item on our agenda, item 16.2, discussion on the police substations. So give us an update on where we're at.
Good evening, Council. Chad Reed, Deputy City Manager. Tonight we're going to walk through progress on the implementation of police substations. We are going to start off with a win. So this is a picture of Sierra Vista. This is the front door of our police substation. We're in the process of completing final touches for the police substation. I want to thank PD, Public Works, IT, EDD for their hard work in getting us to the finish line on this. I'd also like to thank the entire staff at Sierra Vista and Peter Ragsdale for their support in this endeavor. We're scheduled to open Sierra Vista substation on December 23rd, so just a couple of days. The other win that we have is we've also secured all of our vehicles for the substations. So we've had a few challenges in securing a substation in Weston Ranch within the Food for Less shopping center. Initially, that was our goal location. We looked at 2 locations within the center. We're currently in negotiations on Unit G in the center, and you can see that in your pamphlet. And we're waiting for a response on our red lines to the lease that we submitted. There's different types of commercial leases, and an issue that we've kind of ran into with this lease option is that there's a portion of the lease which is called unknown. And what that means is that there's additional assessments included for maintenance. As you enter into this lease agreement, commercial property, a lot of times there's little extras that kind of go along with it. And so a lot of times that's in form of utilities, right? So garbage costs, landscaping, labor for general repairs, water, sewer. In this instance, there's a reference to property taxes and unplanned maintenance. And so we know with our commercial experience, right, that those costs can be expensive. And so we're trying to work with the property owner to get the last 5 years run on these costs so that we can have a, kind of real transparent look at what it may be so we can budget properly for it. So because of these challenges, staff started evaluating different locations. Those locations include Weston Ranch Library. I'm going to pull up this next slide. So Weston Ranch Branch Library, Van Buskirk Community Center, and Conway Homes. So from a costing standpoint, the attached cost estimates reflect potential costs per location based on accrual numbers incurred for actual numbers incurred for the Sierra Vista install. So if you remember when I came to you in August and got the budget approved, those were estimated numbers. The numbers that I'm using now outside of the Food for Less location, so Sierra Vista, Weston Ranch Branch Library, excuse me, Van Buskirk Community Service, and Conway Homes, these are all pretty solid numbers. The one, again, that we're still kind of up in the air, have a little contingency on, is the Food for Less location. So next, Annabelle's going to come up, and she's going to talk about a little bit of crime stats.
Hello, Mayor and members of the City Council. The data compares reported crime of Western Ranch and Van Buskirk. The data is between January 15th and December 15th of this year. It focuses primarily on person and property crime. So Part 1 crimes, these is what we're going to review. They're selected through the FBI. And this is because their seriousness, their frequency, and they're most likely to be reported by the community. So to ensure you understand and have clarity about what crimes against property is, I'm going to give you a definition of that. They involve theft of damage to property, such as burglary, vehicle theft, larceny, and arson, and affect residents' quality of life and economic stability. Within that, as you see, is arson. Arson, definition, is the intentional and unlawful burning of property. Burglary is unlawful entry into a structure with intent to commit grand or petite larceny or a felony. A motor vehicle theft is defined as the unlawful taking or attempted taking of a vehicle. And larceny and theft are the unlawful taking of property without force or threat. When you look at the statistics here, you'll see that for crimes against property at Van Buskirk shows consistently higher activity. While arson levels were equal at 5, Van Buskirk experienced significantly more burglaries at 54 compared to 19, and higher rates of motor vehicle theft at 46 compared to 41. Larceny at 81 compared to 72. When we discuss crimes against persons, I'll give you the definition for that as well, and what it involves is direct harm or threats to individuals such as homicide, sexual assault, aggravated assault, and robbery. And to provide definitions for that, homicide is the unlawful killing of another person. Sexual assault is any non-consensual sexual act committed against a person. Aggravated assault is defined as an attack intended to cause seriously bodily injury, often involving a weapon. And robbery is the taking of property from a person through force or threat of fear. When you look at the statistics for crimes against persons, Van Buskirk experienced higher levels in most categories. Van Buskirk recorded 1 homicide compared to none in Western Ranch. More than double the number of sexual assaults at 5 compared to 2, a lower number of aggravated assaults at 40 compared to 59 in Western Ranch, and a higher number of robberies at 21 compared to 14. It's important that you know that our department deploys resources through data-driven approach, informed really by real-time crime analysis and through intelligence. But it's also human intelligence. It's understanding what's going on in the city and how we can best address it. And we're always prepared to address those concerns. To conclude, I'll say this. Our readiness is not specific to really location dependent. Wherever this effort is situated, we are prepared and ready to address it, really implement effective strategies, and deliver outcomes that are aligned to how we're going to serve the community best and really the direction of the council. And then I'll hand it over to Chad.
All right, so next steps is basically just to evaluate options based on council direction. This concludes our update, and we're available for questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start with a positive, because I went to therapy this week. First, I want to thank the mayor and the council for us, because people often say, oh, we didn't get anything, we didn't get anything. We actually did vote to approve 2 substations for District 6 based on promises that we made on public safety to our constituents during the campaign. And I'm happy that we're opening the substation in Sierra Vista on December 23rd, right before Christmas. I think the restoration of that is a big step towards getting the visibility of the work our men and women are doing at the department closer to our community. So that's a win, and I appreciate the council's support for that. I also want to acknowledge Peter Ragsdale from the Housing Authority because of his contribution, $300,000, to ensure that our partners are helping us to invest in safer communities. So I just think it's important to always acknowledge the wins when we have them. Now here's my other input, and I'm saying input, not criticism. I'm going to use a good word, okay? This item was placed on the agenda with no staff report attached. This was requested by me and only came out after I asked for it. And the reason why we have crime stats for Van Buskirk and Western Ranch, which for the record is District 5 and District 6, District 5, Van Buskirk was never a part of the original discussion. We can go back and watch that for the record. So I hope, and I don't want to cast judgment because there are 3 elections coming, and I am done with the battles. I'm only focused on the war at this point. I hope that we are not politicking public safety, because when I look at this, what I understand is that from having a conversation with staff earlier, we're talking about a $100,000 one-time max investment in a section of the community that I've shown you videos of people riding around with masks on looking to shoot people in food for less. The smoke shop that we know is a significant issue. And the fact that aggravated assault doesn't really define with this data that we have, because we rushed staff to do this in 24 hours, so I had something to talk about today intellectually, because this should be a data-driven discussion, not a emotional or political-driven discussion. And I'm not accusing that of doing that. I'm just saying the optics are, pretty much becoming 99% of my reality. If there is data to show that there are more shootings, homicides, and violent crimes in Van Buskirk than my district, I would be amenable to saying, hey, I'll go find the 100,000 and bring y'all right back here to get it done, because that's what leadership does, instead of saying we're going to rob Peter's public safety to give it to Paul. Or I would say we should be looking at Councilwoman Ponce's district, because her district, we actually had a conversation up here about her getting a substation. She asked for a substation, and Carol Ornelas offered to give us a location. So our district would be amenable to saying, let's look out for her district where she's had youth homicides happening and violent crimes, and let's put it over there. But the decision has to be based on data, not anything else. So I would have loved to see District 2 data to see if there's a need there. And if that means we need to bring this back to council to have a more intelligent discussion to see if District 2 needs it, I want to protect as many kids and people as we can, I'll come back with a $100,000 commitment to open up my own. That said, there's another piece. I do want to thank you, Chad, for the work you did with the landlord and the person over there and even giving me their phone number, because I tend not to get in people's business as much as people think I do, but I did call him, and his statement to me was, and I quote, "To get in this lease with the city and only make $100 doesn't make sense." And I said to him, first of all, the price of a life is way more than $100. Making your business is more attractive for people to come and patronize you, and them feeling safe and not get robbed, their cars broken into, or getting killed in the parking lot is priceless. And I would hope you would rethink your strategy, because we're still going to ensure as a city that this is a safe area, regardless if we have a substation there or not. And the last thing I want to say is I really appreciate the work that staff put into finding another location at the Western Ranch Library, which looks comparable to the Van Busker price. So I just, in terms of context, I don't know if this is a data-driven, crime data-driven discussion, if it's a price discussion based on the facility. I do want to highlight Peter Ragsdale did make a commitment to give us more resources like he did in Sierra Vista. He texted me that also, which means we could open one in Conway and we can open the one in Western Ranch, because we have community partners wanting to advance. So I don't know, because I don't have the context of this discussion, is it this or that discussion or what, but, and I didn't get a call about it, so I don't know why we're talking about Van Busker versus Western Ranch. So I would say Western Ranch has been very clear to PD, who's out there every month, that they want a substation, want to see it become a more safer community. This council voted to support that, and if it's $100,000, I'm confident between now and next meeting we can find $100,000. So that's it for now.
Before I go to you, Blower, Councilmember Blower, is it a question? Do you have a question? Okay, okay, because we'll go to public comment then.
Thank you. Just a clarification. Under the costing options, we have Western Ranch Food for Less, and then it says Sierra Vista. Should that have been Western Ranch Branch Library? Like, I don't see the costing for Western Ranch Branch Library.
Yeah, we had sent around an update. To
Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, I was looking.
Apologies for that.
I was looking at the old one.
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
All right, thank you. That's it.
Councilwoman Padilla?
Thank you. And I'm definitely not going to make this about politicking public safety, but it's mainly a clarity question, probably for Vice Mayor. With regards to visibility, patrol visibility in District 6 is definitely a deterrent to crime. When officers are seen, they're walking out, in the community, they're driving, they're stopping, talking to people, going into the parks, etc. I basically want to know what the main priority is, whether it's a standalone facility with services, or if it's a deterrent visibility to build relationships within the community and deter crime. So basically my question would be, are we talking about a standalone facility, or do we want patrolling in District 6, if that makes sense?
You want me to answer that?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to point out, just for the record, we had this robust debate when we approved it, so I just want to point that out. And all these questions were discussed at the time. Number one, there's District 6 is a very complex district, so I'll just kind of break down to answer your question. Sierra Vista, where there was a substation years ago when I was a kid, there's people out there that may not have transportation. They want to go make a report, so they want a physical location to walk into with their staff. But also, we had at the time, and I can tell you the officers, those of you that have been here for a while, Sandoval, Superman, Blondie, I can go on and on and on, as a 48-year-old man that remembers the officers we had at 15, or at least when I was running the streets, and community policing at the time was very different. When I originally ran for office, what I wanted to do was come in and bring in a police commission to have oversight, because I heard from the community that they didn't really feel with Code Blue, with not seeing officers, with officers not living in Stockton, people not permanently assigned to the district, that we needed to have some type of formality and oversight over policing in our community. Then I met Annabelle, and I met Chief, and I met Kyle, I met Graviette and all the officers, and Sherman and them, and I saw, oh, well, they're in the community in Western Ranch. Western Ranch has a very active community leadership group with the police, whereas Sierra Vista just started something when I got here, and they're not as connected, but need to. District 6 on the southeast side has a very significant gang problem right now, with rival gangs literally living across the street from each other. Just the other day after the mass shooting, people with ski masks on and machine guns on my street of my aunt's house. So it's that serious on that side. Now, Western Ranch, you see the sideshows, you see, you know, the smoke shop, the Food for Less area. So putting a substation there, just having the presence would have detoured crime from a very significant location. We saw the teenager shot in that parking lot. We see cars broken into. We see lots of crime, and then the video of the guy riding around in Food for Less with a mask on looking to shoot people. That's probably different than Lincoln Center. It's probably different than Murata. Maybe not Murata. It's maybe different than some other areas, but nonetheless, that is in District 6. So specific to your question, I think the city manager and I talked about earlier what the expectation is. I don't think the expectation is that our officers, where we're already limited, are sitting in an office all day, right? But having a space for people to go in and make reports, whereas right now, people in Western Ranch are complaining about officers not coming out to their houses when they make calls unless it's a significant violent crime. Now they have a place to go in and file reports. If there is a need for the officers in the area, which I think we heard from Chief last time, that officers would be assigned to these different areas. If they need to go in and do something administratively, they have something more local. Now, given what happened with the mass shooting, I mean, it had to get to that point for us to really have a conversation that we needed to have about investment in prevention. And I think that, as Councilwoman Ponce had raised one in her district, because she acknowledged the significant increase in crime there, I think at some point we have to put some pressure to our partners like Assemblywoman Ransom, who I've been talking to, Josh Harder. I know the mayor had a call with her and Josh and Senator McNerney. I mean, our partners to help us find the funding. But again, I think that the community is readily available and interested in investing and helping us get to our goals. And if it was a cost issue, and I was made aware of that prior to today, I could have figured out. If I could raise $50,000 yesterday for toys, I could have probably found $100 grand for a police substation. But again, I wasn't aware this item was there. So hopefully that answers your question. But thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Villapudua.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just looking at all these crime reports, right? Obviously, you don't ever want to see your district have crimes and all that, but I noticed that Van Bersker has the most, from sexual assault, robberies. I'm looking at even crime properties from burglary, from motor vehicles, and theft. But we're neglecting Van Bersker, which Western Ranch. So why shouldn't we go to Van Bersker when there's a building existing already, and building a one and Western Ranch, it's going to cost us a lot of money. How long is that going to take? And I believe also, Chief, I don't know if you're there or if you can answer it. So if we, how many cops are we taking away if we go direction from Western Ranch?
So dedicated as it stands now. Pressure button. The green one.
As it stands now, 2 officers would be dedicated to the selected location, whatever that may be, in addition to a community service officer.
Okay. Now, then what about, so if we decided to have the substation in Van Bersker, how long does it take from them to go to Western Ranch?
In a vehicle, maybe a minute
or two
at the
Now, if
most.
we go the other direction, going back, how long would that take?
Same amount of time.
What is it? Okay, but it depends on the location, right?
Correct. Western Ranch is a significant,
Right.
radius.
We don't know
is-
exactly where that's going to be.
Correct. Depends on the call for service.
So those are my questions as well. So, and as well, I mean, we're all aware of it, that it's taking $800,000 from original that was intended for a youth program. So if we go back and do it for Van Bersker, will some of this money go back for our youth? I don't know, Chad, you could answer that, or one of you?
Yeah, so that's a good question, and just a little bit of context behind it. So the total of 800,000 wasn't allocated just for improvements. There was staffing costs in there as well, right? So the improvement costs not quite that much, but yes, to answer your question, if costs came in lower, the intent would be we wouldn't be
So we
moving
would
that
save
money
money
from the
for our
project.
youth, right? So we have saving money, building existing, what is off, money going back to our youth. I just don't see why are we going this direction. Nothing, this is not a politic thing. I'm just saying we're talking the numbers. The numbers are there. So I just have a really time on voting on this because it shows all the numbers. We're hired on everything that has to do with Western Ranch, sexual, homicide, robbery, but then we want to go somewhere where it's not high numbers. So it's not fitting correctly for me. So it's not something that I will be voting on. So thank you. A discussion, sorry.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't follow anything that he just said, but what I will say is I looked at the staff report right now before I said anything to make sure I saw that there was no action. There was just a discussion. This is a council discussion, so I just want to highlight that. The second thing I want to highlight is that I'm the one that requested these stats. Every council member has the opportunity to request data, and I requested it. So if anybody's alarmed, surprised, confused, or intrigued by crime in their district, the public needs to vote in somebody that's paying attention on a daily basis like me. The third thing I would say is that I want to contextualize the conversation. If it is price of the location, that's one thing. So then I can say, okay, who do we want to name this substation after? Let me go find somebody to pay for the money, because getting the money is not a problem for me. I can figure that out. If the issue is public safety as it relates to making sure that it's safe in Van Buskirk, I am a champion of that. And if there is more violent crimes happening there, I would go to my people and say, we're going to have it go over there first. Let me go get this money, then I'll come back, because that's what we govern the entire city. I do want to point out the only reason why there's data for Van Buskirk and for my district and not District 2 is that District 2, there was no consideration in this presentation for the whole city. And I know that we just recently had a meeting with Pierce, Graviette, Annabelle, Chief, where they did a phenomenal job of letting us see our districts, but I know they've done the data for all the cities, so I think optically the council may find value in us looking at the city as a whole. And then I'll be the first one to say, hey, if Ponce needs a substation right now visibility, let me call Carol, let's do that. But also I'll go figure out the 100,000 for my district so we can add to public safety, not rob public safety Peter to give to public safety Paul.
Okay, so I do have a question or two. So at Western Ranch, who provides services for Western Ranch in law enforcement? Captain?
That is, currently, it's our patrol officers that address Western Ranch. However, it depends on what type of incident it is. If it's quality of life, we have our community officers that do our strategic either it's illegal encampments, cleanups, so it varies. We also have specialized unit that address specific concerns. So it's not just patrol, but patrol is the primary responding personnel.
Okay, because we had Tokay High School, we had Larry Helwig, Officer Helwig, who was stationed literally at our site, and then in Stockton Unified, that was Lodi PD, but Stockton Unified has their own police on campus. And they do report if there's anything out and around any of the schools. So that was one question. The other question is, do you have the number of how many officers we have right now?
362.
362. Okay, I was off. I've been saying 360. I was off by 2. Okay.
Thank you. Just a comment. It seems like we need to bring this back under the direction of the Vice Mayor as to his request, because it seems like we're talking about 2 different districts and 2 different situations here. So I don't know if Vice Mayor wants to make the motion as to his direction to bring this item back, because it doesn't sound like it was baked very well. Not to anyone's fault.
We do have public comments, so I
Okay.
want to make sure that the public
Okay.
can speak on this item. Vice Mayor, you got to press your.
Thank you. I know tacos, baking, yes, I do think it needs to be hamburger, cheeseburger. I think it does need to be baked a little more, and I appreciate that. Yeah, and I think also it'll give us time to engage Carol and Alice to look at District 2, and if that's an option, while we look at the crime stats for the different areas. And then if there is a money component, again, if we contextualize the concern, I think there's an opportunity here, given what we just went through as a community, to expand support to our officers in our community, because outside of the substation itself, our department is doing a phenomenal job of connecting to our community. And the other thing is, I talked to the sheriff today. I know there was discussions around, you know, San Joaquin County Sheriff taking over Western Ranch or supporting or whatever. I don't want to get into those politics, but I just want to say that there are other options if we can't figure this out. But I'm hopeful, given Councilman Padilla's comment, that we can come back and have a more well-baked conversation.
Okay, moving on to public comment.
Yolanda Amon.
So I did write something, but now I'm kind of upset. So our councilman brings the numbers, and then all of a sudden, through you, he wants to now jump on the bandwagon and say, oh, let's move it to Van Busker. Why didn't he do the numbers? If you care about your community, I get there's elections coming up. It'd be wonderful for him to put that there, so then he has something to write on. I'm very upset. We voted on this, and you guys said we had funding for a year. After that, then we got to find the money ourselves after that if we want to keep the substation going, which is the things that we've been focusing on. How can we keep it going? And all of a sudden now, you guys bring these numbers in. You should have had these numbers back then when you voted on it. Because if one of you had some, there was higher crime in there, then we could have possibly given you a substation. I have always come up here, and you guys have heard me say, I believe every district should have a substation. If you're on Trinity, I don't care where you are, everybody should have a substation, because I've seen the difference that it makes. I still see people selling drugs at Food for Less. You guys don't come to our side of the town. You don't. I see them there, soliciting to young kids, soliciting to women, soliciting to families. You can't even go there to buy food for your family. And all of a sudden now you want to kind of yank it away. You talked on your campaign, I want this substation. You ran on this, and now all of a sudden you don't want it? What is going to make any difference when you guys bring this back in January? You're going to find a way to knock it down because it's in District 6 and because he's involved. You don't care about us. And I am tired of coming up here and telling you this. Don't make faces at me. You don't. You don't. Don't make one thing and vote on it, promise it, then come back and snatch it.
Ralph White.
I represented District 6 when I was on the council. I represented District 9, all right? That's all the Sylvester and all that. You don't need no damn substation in South Stockton, period. Run it on all of your district. You would get a lot. You would get a lot, because you got a lot of them. Sylvester don't have any more kids hardly over there, okay? Only little kids. They don't have the, South Side don't have the gang problem that it used to have years ago. It's all out north now. If you need substation, you need them out north. It takes more time to get from City Hall out north than it takes to get from here out south. You're only 3.5 miles or maybe 4 miles from here, as the captain was telling you a few minutes ago. 3 minutes, 4 minutes, just with policemen turning around, running around. Anybody from the street, if they see a policeman in the neighborhood, they ain't gonna be hitting that neighborhood. Western Ranch have 14 police officers out of the Bay Area that live there right now in Western Ranch. That's why you don't have that killing. One in Sylvester, oh God, over in the Conway Homes, that's nothing. None in Western Ranch. In Western Ranch, you got almost how many thousand people? Almost 50,000 people, 40-some thousand people in it. And you don't have no murders? And your crime rate is way down? You got the safest neighborhood, almost like Brookside when they got a gated community. So you're talking about where your problem is going to be is in your district. It's going to be in your district, Padilla's gonna be in your district? That's what the area, in downtown. You have more break-in cars get broke in downtown than they get broke in all South Stockton. And you got the city hall right here with almost 300 policemen running in and out of it every day. Y'all got to think for a minute. Talk to me about South Stockton. I guarantee you from here to East Stockton, in Southwest Stockton, you do not have half of the crime, not even a portion or a quarter of the crime that you have in North Stockton.
Pat Barrett.
Pat Barrett, resident, Southside. Okay, look, I'm so tired of politicians riding on the tail of another person's project. I've been watching this going on for years now, and I'm like, oh my God, get creative, get your own project going, okay? Here's the thing. We already voted on the 2 substations. It's been settled. It's a wrap. We can bring up his later on. Number 1, there are 2 police stations in District 5. I don't know about District 5 and they're breaking cars, but there's 2 police stations there. There's one over there off El Dorado and Center on that, whatever that street is, Main, and there's one right up the street. The bottom line is this. I already met with Sergeant Harris. I go to Western Ranch community meetings. I don't live in Western Ranch, but you know what he told me? You got a problem, Pat? Because I live across the freeway from Van Busker. Call us, we'll be there. And the other officer said, I'll be your area. I'll be there for you. I said, cool. I'm further than they are. So if they're going to come to my house, they're going to come to their house. So having it at Western Ranch is not the issue. There's south far corner. Police station's right there. No, well, it's right there. Why would we have a police station here, one in Van Busker, and then not have one way out here? That's not even practical. That's not even a reality. So where this idea came up, this is a fight. This is a re-election move. You know how it is. District 5 don't like him anyways. So what is good is a substation going to do when there's already 2 police stations there? Shooting out there. She said from the months ago, District 1 wants one. And it's all working that way.
Alberto Gonzalez.
Once again, here we go with the disappointment. All my hard work to waste. All the door knocking for certain people to waste. My main thing was, we're going to bring a substation to Sierra Vista, one to Western Ranch. Darling, I look like a liar again, because now they're trying to take one of the main things that my focus was on the substations. If you wanted one, you should ask for one. Sorry, I don't want to direct it to you. You all had the same opportunity to ask for one. All of a sudden, he's running in again for council. Oh, let me get something stolen from Jason so I could have something to write on. You guys are pathetic.
Julie Dunning.
I spent a lot of time with many campaigns last year. I've been here since the very beginning. I understood the original agreement was 2 in District 6, and Councilmember Ponce campaigned on and requested at the beginning 1 in her district. After spending the last almost 2 months up in her district off of West Lane and Knickerbocker, I can tell you there is a need for a substation in her district. I think we need not to waste more time going round and round and round and redoing what we've already done, with all respect to everybody. I think we honor the commitments that have already been made. We honor the request that was put in first for Councilmember Ponce's District 2, and then we honor District 5 if they've identified a need now. I serve on the Measure A committee. I'm here to tell you we need police officers. If we want to disperse what we have to the substations, that's fine. but something's got to give somewhere. We either find out a way to hire and retain more police officers, and I think the contract is a big issue right now, or we figure out some other way. But again, your time is precious. I used to calculate the cost of meetings for the state, and if I'll come back sometime and tell you how much this meeting cost. And for us to be redoing business over and over again that's already been done is not in the best interest when we're short tax dollars. So please, I urge you respectfully, move forward with what was there, honor what the next request was, and then go to the third request, please.
Mary Elizabeth?
So I didn't do as good of job as Ms. Amon, but I did take a look at this, and I saw there was nothing. And I wondered to myself, you know, how can you have a discussion without something? And thank you very much. I appreciate that, that you sought out the data. I appreciate the generosity, to consider, going with someone else. This was just for 1 year. And, I agree with Julie, we had a plan, and it's only for 1 year, and we ought to move forward with that plan while we're working on developing another plan along the way. But to come to the citizens of Stockton, which we've never seen this information. I looked this afternoon. There was still no information on the website. To come and have a discussion without providing information, is just poor practice. And we need the data, and we need to all be aware. And there's some places over there by Kelly Drive that also need some serious attention, and they were included in a climate action for a neighborhood plan that COG said, well, that's for the city to do, and, it's not been done. And, we need to invest in these areas of town that need the investment, because when we make things nice, people think that they live in a nicer place and they act nicer. Thank you.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be brief. First of all, I just would ask that, today was just a really rough day for me, so forgive me if my temperature seems a little down. Let me first start by saying I want to just change the energy in the room if I can, to just be very focused on the solution. Like, what is the solution, right? I understand there's lots of energy in the room right now. I want to address a few things. Number one, Mr. White talked about what the district needs. They voted for me and not you. They obviously made the right decision, and I'm here to advocate for my district. The second thing is I did have a conversation with Congressman Harder about ongoing funding, because we do know that this is a one-time thing, and so this is going to take a lot of work with this council, prioritizing public safety, prioritizing the promises we made to people, and more importantly, prioritizing the lives of these young people and their families. So this isn't a fix-all. We still got to work with the police department to make sure that once we get them, that it actually works, and that there's data that drives the need to continue to have them, right? Because the community believes they want them, we believe, and during our campaigns we promised them, we did the work to get here, and now we have to make sure that we're doing the work to evaluate how effective they are, and where more funding will come from. And so I did talk to Josh Harder about that, and he did commit to a phone call with the chief and the city manager that's coming. I invited the mayor to that to talk about the funding needs that we have. The other thing is, I know we got $500,000 from the Department of Justice specifically around addressing the gang stuff. I don't know what that money's being used for. I don't know if we're going to agendize that at some point to talk about where we're allocating or giving direction to that. Did you know about that? Oh, okay. So my understanding is we have $500,000. So again, there are those resources. I want to make one quick comment about the taking money from the youth. to give to police substations. I want to remind the public, because again, I'm focused on the war, not the battles anymore. This council voted down millions of dollars in youth funding, so I just want to point that out. But in terms of the resources that councilman was talking about taking from the youth center, that center does not have the money to lift a project there, and the city's been able to do that for years. But it did trigger a reminder that I do need to talk to the city manager and the mayor about a conversation I had at our interagency meeting yesterday with the SUSD, specifically around revitalizing the youth center and maybe some creative ways of working together on some things. So I do appreciate and want to go all the way back to Councilwoman Padilla. She did offer us a solution before public comments. I wish we could have avoided public comments, but we can't. But she did offer a solution to come back, I think, and just going back to that point, if we can come back with more data, looking at the rest of the districts holistically, us having some conversations. Ponce, I can talk to you and Carol, and then I can come back with resources that we need to cover the costs if that's the issue. But I think the win-win for everybody is that we all collectively want a safer city, and it sounds from our community that we're all aligned with that, so I just would like to just keep us focused on a solution driven approach to this and come back with wins for everybody. So that's it, but thank you, Councilwoman Padilla.
Councilwoman Padilla.
Yes, I just wanted to reiterate that, and this is a discussion. Not any point did we say District 6 was not going to get 2 substations. Initially, when I first started my conversation, I had asked Vice Mayor to bring it back to direct staff in regards to what he wanted this to look like. So our mayor is not a liar. She does not create this staff report. This is a discussion. So it will come back to this council for discussion upon Vice Mayor's direction. So thank you.
I just want to say I had a question about why there wasn't anything there myself. And I want to remind you of a conversation we had about having dedicated officers, but we talked about another entity without me saying it, because it is important, and we need to have visibility in the parts of our city. I would say all the parts of our city need some level of visibility, because seeing an officer is a deterrent. It is an automatic deterrent, and I've talked about being on the freeway. Doesn't matter if you're speeding or not. You see a CHP officer, you see the radar gun, whatever. You're going to tap your brakes. And by the way, the 2 motorcycle cops today on a minor they were given lots of tickets today. Just saying. But, you know, we need to have service in Western Ranch. We absolutely need to do that. I do have a question, though, because there's been a lot of comments about reports. How many CSOs do we have? Do we have a number on that? Oh, you hesitated. And if you can explain what a CSO is and what they can do.
I'm the Deputy Chief of Operations, Deputy Chief Kyle Pierce. CSOs are community service officers. They handle all the crime reports that involve like traffic accidents, crimes where it's not in progress or the suspects have already left, so there's no threat to that individual. So they respond, handle those calls. That allows the police officers to be free and handle types of calls that are more serious in nature. As far as the community service officers that we have employed right now, I don't know the exact number, but we have them throughout several different units of the department. Some are on patrol, some are in the traffic section. We have them throughout the department. We're always looking to increase the numbers to allow our officers to be more free and able to respond to more calls and be more proactive.
Do we have anything that talks about response times? Do we track data on response times for calls?
We can track that, but that's always dependent on the call load, right? So it depends. If we have a calls are holding and then a more serious call comes out, officers are going to respond to that call first. So they could, in theory, be responding to a call, and then a more serious call comes out, like an individual is being harmed. Those officers potentially could stop going to that one call and revert to this more serious call. So that affects the response time, right?
Yeah, and I just will say, I know people all want substations. We talked about that on the campaign trail. we need to get to 425 officers. At one point, we were at 470. We actually got to 470 officers, and the fact that we are short 63 officers with how many up for retirement potentially?
I don't have that number,
Yeah.
but we're holding monthly testing. We continue to do that. We are going to hire
You already
quality,
did.
not quantity. So we're
Yes.
not just looking to hire anybody and everybody. They're vetted.
We want
And
that.
yeah, so we're looking at quality over quantity. So we hope to get those numbers up. Like I said, we continue the monthly testing. We're recruiting all over the place to bring in qualified candidates who are willing to come in and work here in the city of Stockton.
And because we're so limited, you know, there are plenty of places that might not see an officer even during a week, unless maybe they're out shopping or something like that, but even in their neighborhoods. I don't want any neighborhood to suffer. And I know Western Ranch, you know, this is something that they've been asking for, I think, but overall, they want service, they want patrols, they want visibility of our officers in that district, because that's why I wanted cameras, because there's only 2 directions in and 2 directions out. That's it. And so in order for doing some of that data, you know, having that technology, so then we can say, oh, it was a white 4-door car, and we got the system looking at the license plate reading and all that kind of stuff. I think those are tools in our tool chest that we could really use to further assist in, because we can't be everywhere. And if you've ever walked Western Ranch, all the little circles and cul-de-sacs and all that, it is, the design of it is, it's not driver friendly, I would say, in my opinion.
My opinion too, because I remember being down there younger in my career not knowing which direction I was going, right? Like, oh, I hope I don't get into pursuit, because I don't know if I'm going east or west or south or north. So there's this, we do have technology down at Western Ranch that is helping solve crimes. And I just want to put down this, I mean, I feel like we're talking that there's no police services in Western Ranch. That is not true at all. We as a department do service Western Ranch. We are out there all the time with officers. Now, maybe you just don't see officers all the time, but there are officers out there. We've done enforcement out there. We've addressed some concerns that the community brought up regarding smoke shops in the area and addressed things like that. So I want people to know that the Stockton Police Department is down at Western Ranch. We are providing a service. We feel like we're doing a good job down there. We always look to make sure that we're providing a great service for the community, and we look for the community's input regarding how we can enhance our services.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And then my last question is probably for you or Chad. In terms of the lease, what is the problem with the lease?
So the problem right now is kind of what I alluded to, the unknown, right? So with commercial leasing, a lot of times they're structured where the tenant will pick up a lot of the unknown costs, and so those unknown costs are, you know, maintenance, landscaping, sewer, water, you know, property, unforeseen property maintenance, and then they get assessed based off of square footage. And so what we did is we went through the lease and the landlord's lease, and we kind of redlined where we had areas of concern and wanted more explanation. And then we asked the landlord to provide data to back up the numbers so that we could put some real budgeting numbers towards it.
Okay, because, you know, with the one at Sierra Vista opening, I'm sure everybody thought this would be further along than it is. And you know, time is of the essence for our city, as we all know. Other people were talking. Other people were talking. You didn't pause it. Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Well, I mean, if you have more to add, I mean, we can extend your time. No, let me first start by saying, Kyle, that was a good damn answer, by the way. That was a great response. I tell you, that promotion, you just polished all the way around. Let me say this. I have never in my life been like an advocate for police the way that I've become based on my experience. And it's not just by being elected, because getting elected didn't change my optics of what some challenges we see around the country. But I will say to all of you that are in this city, I'm proud to say that we have a great department. And I do want to particularly highlight the work that you all are doing to build a relationship in Western Ranch, because I remember when Port Chuck came in, you know, I was a brand new councilman, I was hot. I went in there and I mean, I lit Chuck up, and Chuck's like the nicest guy. I felt so bad. Like once I got his cell phone number, I think I texted him like, yo, I'm sorry for being an ass. And Sherman too, and just all the officers, just want to highlight the work that you all have been doing. And I also wanted to say that, you know, we can have 5,000 officers. This city's mentality has to change. Like there's a cultural shift, there's a soul issue in this city that has to change, because when I travel and I see life outside of Stockton and come home, I kind of want to just walk up to people and say, like, when are we as a community going to do better? So I don't want to put all of that on the police. I want to go back and just thank Councilman Padilla saying that we should bring this back to discussion with more data. And I do want to point out, the mayor and I, we did have a conversation early on about the other opportunity, you know, not knowing those politics and what that looks like. Again, I think I'm open to any solution that allows us to get to the heart of what I think we're all interested in, and that is just creating a safer city, more visibility, and more direct partnership with community and police, because you know, we have good people here and we need more good people. I love the quality approach versus quantity, because, you know, having a bunch of people who aren't on the same page or, you know, good for our city wouldn't be great. So I would just make a motion to bring it back. I don't know, you all know the agenda for January, whether it's January 13th or later, for a council discussion with more information.
I would like to actually circle back on something that we covered not too long ago in this room, to ensure that, you know, I know you mentioned, Mayor, about time is of the essence. Recognize this: we do not need a box. We have vehicles. We've been community police officers in the past. We can work out of our vehicle. We can work out of our vehicle and work in Western Ranch and be a community police officer, so we don't need a box. But if the box is what you would like, we're all in it. You just need to provide us that box, and you let us know where you need us, and we'll be there. But we can effectively now have the model and be strategic and respond and be a community police officer wherever you designate.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, sorry, thank you, Mayor. And I'll just make this really quick. Let's be clear. I'm only here with a mandate from the people that elected me. I don't work for anybody but the people. They tell me what they want. I come here and advocate for what they want. I work with my colleagues to get what they need, and then we figure out how to make it work for everybody. I don't want officers feeling like they're in a box. But I also went through a very scary situation here that you all are aware of, where I needed to make sure that I was safe. I shouldn't have to bring AR-15s and everything in my house to, you know, feel safe, but, you know, things are what they are, and this city is where it is. I don't want to say that my expectation, I appreciate the city manager's question earlier to me was, what is your vision? And that was helpful, because for all of us, what is our vision? I think early on when we started, you had a solution that I thought, you know, maybe not right now, but again, looking at our resources and learning more about where we are as a city, you know, let's be more creative. So I don't want to, you know, make this seem as if we expect officers to, like, we get the substation, now you're just in there. That's not at all the vision. And if we need to have further discussion on the vision, so that way, as we open Sierra Vista and we expand around the city, that vision comes to life through, you know, the policies that we're creating.
Correct. When I said box, that doesn't, I'm not saying it like that's where you want, or that we feel like we're going to be in a box. I was referencing a location, whether it's Western Ranch, Van Buskirk, Vallejo, Bear Creek. It doesn't matter to us. Whatever your decision is, we just need to know where to go, and we will be there, because the community is a community, and we need to make sure that our city is safe.
We got it.
And I would like, oh, you're not.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm done, yeah. Well, I was going to make a motion, but I'll have you read.
I would also like to know about the potential for CSO to be there. I know that we have neighborhood watches, and they're part of that, and knowing that they take reports, that they report on, you know, the crime statistics and things like that. I just think having somebody there, I don't know how hard it is to get a CSO.
That is part of the plan, ma'am. Part of the plan for the Western Ranch, or whatever location you select, is 2 officers and a community service officer. And that's the plan behind it, because not unlike a vehicle or a structure, if an officer is in Western Ranch, it doesn't mean they cannot leave and go into Van Buskirk or to go across the freeway. If there's an emergency, they will respond, because that is what they're responsible. They're responsible to ensure that they're addressing the community. Whereas a CSO is not going to respond to a specific type of call. Therefore, she or he would be at the location and still speaking to anyone in the community should they need services at that time.
Right, right. Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the clarification on, you know, what our officers are doing out in Western Ranch and throughout our city. And yeah, I will pass it back to my to my colleagues.
I'll just make a motion to bring it back. I'll let the mayor and the city manager decide which January meeting, but I would just say we should include data for all the districts, crime data for all the districts, and just have more detailed on aggravated assault. That's maybe there's non-fatal injury shootings and what that mix means. And then also, I will work with the city manager to introduce some additional resources, have some more conversations with community partners, and then we can have that discussion, more intelligent discussion. The only thing I would ask as a caveat to Chad is that we continue to work with the people that we're trying to get these leases from to get a deal that makes sense, because of course it should be a good deal. And then I will also work with the city manager and staff to address specific locations where there are issues. And I know in the past I've heard, people complain about, oh, the vice mayor's doing this or this and that. We're going to clean up District 6. We're going to clean up the city, regardless of who doesn't like it or whatever, because that's the mandate. And I, again, appreciate the conversation that we've had here. And I think it's a win for all of us that we made the commitment to substations, and we're seeing one open on December 23rd, right before Christmas. And then we come back and look at the rest of the city holistically. So thank you.
And,
That's my motion.
So, okay, so knowing, I thought Ponce did second. But so knowing the agendas, we have a meeting on January 27th and then February 3rd. And if you want all that data, I don't know if February 3rd might be a little
I'll
bit.
leave it to the parties to figure out the best time.
It's a week difference, but it might be a whole lot if it's for every district. So we have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much. Okay, now we are moving on to the city manager's report. Wonderful, thank you.
Nothing, yes.
Okay. So then we're going to go to council members, 15 minutes for council members, because, yeah, we got to end by 11. So, Councilmember Blower.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to congratulate Jersey Mike's Subs, who just opened up and had their grand ribbon cutting in Lincoln Center. That happened last Wednesday. I appreciate that they're already really trying to get involved with the community. They gave out, I believe they had 5,000 cards that they gave out for a free sub. If you gave $3, it went to the emergency food bank. So I thought that was pretty cool of them. Also on the 10th was the ribbon cutting at the Housing Authority Park Center. It was a converted office building, which somebody earlier mentioned that, and that's going to create 51 affordable housing units for mental health consumers. I was glad to see most of my colleagues were there at that. On the 13th, I joined my father and some fellow Rotarians for our annual bell ringing. I think it was maybe our 23rd, 24th year in a row that we've been in front of Dillard's, and for a couple hours we were out in the cold, but we were singing our hearts out, and lots of people gave money. So I just want to thank everybody that generously donated to the Salvation Army. One really cool thing I just read about, speaking about the emergency food bank, on the 18th, Stockton was selected for the National America 250 Food Initiative. So 40,000 pounds of food are being donated, and Stockton is one of only 250 food banks nationwide that were selected. And so it's very cool. The big truck's going to pull up on the 18th and unload 40,000 pounds worth of food. The Emergency Food Bank is also working in conjunction with St. Mary's Dining Hall and Gospel Center Rescue Mission to distribute that food. So that's a big win. That's pretty cool. Also on the 18th at 6:30 p.m. there will be a public meeting for a proposed 5-mile slough assessment district. That will be at Lincoln High School. That's something that I've been working on since last year. I was able to get one-time funding to clean up the slough because it gets really choked up with duckweed and water hyacinth, and it creates lots of issues there. And it's an important waterway for the city, and that's where we draw our water to irrigate Swenson Park. So it is an important waterway. In the past, there was some overlap on who would take care of it. So Sajafka did for a while, then they realized that that really wasn't their area they needed to do. So again, I was able to get that funding to do the one-time cleanup, but that's not really a long-term solution. That was more of a one-time thing. You know, the city's not always going to be in a position to have extra funding to do that. So I also was able to get funding to try and put together an assessment district. And so this, I'm really excited that this is a long-term solution. Anybody that lives in that area, you should have been notified, but it's going to be a very important meeting to get the information out about this assessment district. Now it's 215, Prop 215, or excuse me, 218 vote that the people there are going to have to vote to see if they want to basically tax themselves. But I think for them, it again will provide a long-term solution. There's also some money built in to get grants. So I think this is something that could just be absolutely transformative for that body of water and for that community. So very important meeting. Coming up on the 23rd, also Emergency Food Bank's doing their Christmas food box distribution out at the fairgrounds. My daughter and I will be there in the morning, and it sounds like, I believe, Councilmember Padilla and Enriquez will come and relieve us about 10 o'clock. So I'm hoping do we know when the grand opening for the Sierra Vista substation is? I know it's the 23rd.
We haven't set a time yet, but we'll get that information to you as soon as possible.
Okay, perfect. So I'm hoping I can make that. I want to thank the people that came out from Swain Oaks that spoke earlier. I know that I've gone to a lot of the community meetings where a area has been chosen for the traffic calming, and they have city staff there, and those are always a fun meeting to go to because, you know, these people, I always like to ask, was anybody here the person that first, you know, put their information forward and made the request? And quite often there is somebody there, and when you ask them, you know, how long ago did you do it? It's usually like 10, 12 years ago. So it is a long process. So I see how if this group was finally chosen and then it's being delayed, I can see their frustration. So I will definitely be communicating with the city manager to follow up and see what's going on for them. And then finally, I just want to end my comments by saying, wow, the last meeting of this year, it has definitely been a different year. It has been a tumultuous year, and my prayer for the future, for my colleagues, I just hope that under Johnny Ford's leadership as our city manager and us all trying to get on the same page and work towards making our city a better place. I'm very pleased that I have my Christmas lights set up where they go on automatically when the sun goes down, and they automatically shut off at 10:45. And I'm shocked that the last two meetings of this year, I'm actually going to drive home and see my Christmas lights on. So I'm also very encouraged that, you know, if you look at the votes that we had tonight at this meeting, they were all 7-0. So it gives me some hope that, you know, this council, we can put some of the other stuff aside and the conflicts and just work together to try and, you know, be on the same page. So I just want to wish everybody a wonderful, happy holiday season, and if I don't see you, Happy New Year.
Vice Mayor Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to say that over the last couple of months, I've received several letters, text messages, emails. People have come up here and brought me plants, cards. It's almost like I've had, there was a few, you know, I don't know. I just want to say thank you to everybody who has shown support online and everything. And this has been a very interesting year. I often get asked everywhere I travel, you know, are you enjoying it? And it's like, is that a trick question? I mean, yeah, I thrive in conflict, but I don't want it here. And this has been a very interesting year. Today I've been a little down because this morning I attended the funeral for Amari Peterson, the young boy who was murdered. You know, when you run for office and you campaign on public safety and you have these things and you put out your mailers and you talk to people, it's very different than when you're sitting in a room and you see an entire football team, basketball team, kids, sisters, cousins, whole community, teachers, sit there, you know, crying. I know that Officer Sherman, you were there responding to that shooting and saw it in person. I will say I was extremely impacted by the incident, and have continued to be impacted because I've stayed in touch with the families, and it's you know, I made a real commitment to them that I was going to be there to support them, and I just want to say that, you know, to the family, man, I mean, to see a parent bury their child. I've not been to a kid's funeral before. I don't think I can't remember ever being at a kid's funeral, and I've had loss, but that was tough. So, what I will say, that shooting really put everything in perspective for me. That's why I'm not even focused on the battles anymore. The battles will be what they are. The war is every election that happens in this city, and I'm going to give it to the city to decide what they want from us. I came into this very optimistic, and I still remain optimistic, but those families are dealing with reality that has been a reality that a lot of our community has faced. When the mother asked me today if I wanted to walk over to the casket, I couldn't even go to the casket because it was just too triggering for me. I want to thank Sheriff Winthrow. We went together, and I appreciate him checking on me afterwards, and we need to check on our officers, and we need to check on those in our community who suffered just an unimaginable loss. But I do want to say that I hope for this council's sake and for our community that young kid's life doesn't go in vain, and that we do refocus and we take this time over the next couple weeks to truly look within. And I'm going to start with me, because that's really the only thing I know I can control up here at this point is me, and understand the unprecedented authority that God and the voters gave to us to govern. I just want to thank staff and everybody on the police substation discussion, and just, you know, I will be very actively involved in advocacy for prevention. I started coming into this position, going to juvenile hall with Councilman Padilla, going to the county jail with Councilmember Enriquez, meeting with the sheriff, meeting with the chief probation officer to understand our needs, meeting in OVP with every gang in our city to understand what they needed, how we focus on poverty alleviation and policy that helps to prevent us from getting to where we are, understanding that the music in this community is driving a lot of what we're seeing, and the laws in California being what they are, making our streets more and more unsafe every day. But that's not to slight our officers, because our officers are doing their job. They put them in jail, district attorneys filing charges, they get out. And we see it glorified on social media. And to every coach that lets these kids play that music that's glorifying murders in our community, in our schools, you should stop letting them play the music. I don't want to blame rap music, because rap music and hip hop tell stories in our communities, but the music in this community is telling a specific story that's leading people to recruit people younger than 13 to do more crime. I also want to say that on November 18th, this council approved $300,000 in B-CHIP funding. We didn't really have a formal presentation or vetting. I have a letter here from the state, from Service First, that says that there was this money was not going to be used for housing. We specifically approved the $300,000 for housing. I have a letter here saying that it's not intended for housing. We need to discuss this. So I have given this to staff, and I want staff to follow up and get an explanation for this or bring it back to council. The RTD presentation I asked at last council created so many conversations that I don't know why. I don't know why attorneys are calling the city. I don't care why attorneys are calling the city. I, as a council member, have the authority, along with another council member, to put anything I want on the agenda. Me and Councilmember Enriquez did that. There will be an RTD presentation, and we will ask whatever questions need to be asked. If anybody has any information why all these calls are happening, please let me know. But I want to say to staff, do not interfere with the presentation. Do not politic the conversations that you're getting from people. If anybody requests any information related to RTD and something that I put on the agenda, I better get an email about it. I better get a call about it. And if people think that there's 4 votes to protect usurping my authority up here as a council member, votes do change, and they're going to change soon anyway. Fire services at the port and deciding what we're going to do or not do. We need to decide as a city what we're going to do. So I'm going to just raise this now because we have a new city manager. We've been talking about fire services at the port for a while, and I haven't heard what we're going to do or not do, but increasing our tax base so we can become less reliant on measured taxes is going to be critical to the success. So when we talk about needing more officers, we need to be able to settle contracts by having the money to do so, and the only way to do that is increasing our tax base. And we know the challenges in our community, so I don't want to keep talking on a hamster wheel. You're not going to be able to make changes without changing the way we do business. Thinking you're going to do that by doing the same thing is called insanity. So I do want to, at some point, if by the next council meeting or I don't hear outside of council an update on the port, what we're going to do or not do, then I'll ask that to be on a future agenda. I also want to ask staff for an update on the smoke shop ordinance, and would like an update at a council meeting in January if I can get a second from somebody on that. Thank you. Our tax sharing agreement expired in June, and I know that we're working on that, and I've had very loose hallway conversations, but again, increasing our tax base being a priority. Again, if we don't have updates on 2x2s or 3x3s or whatever as a council, I will be placing that item on the agenda in the new year so we understand what our focus is on that. State audit from the controller starts Friday. Just for people, I will continue to give updates as I have them, but I won't be interfering. The reason why I bring it up is I know they're going to start by interviewing all the council members and the mayor and then digging into details with our staff. So in full transparency, I just want to remind staff and our charter officers that we should all fully cooperate with the state and whatever they need, whatever they ask for. They can look under every hood. We should provide them with everything, and I think that gives our public a trust in our systems that we're allowing the state to come in and look at our internal controls and tell the public what they find, if anything. Toys for Joy is Saturday. This Saturday, December 20th, we start at 12 p.m. I've seen a lot of people online saying, what about me, what about me, what about me outside District 6? This started as a District 6 thing, but there's a need more than ever for the whole city, so we're not going to close the door, and we never have, to any kid that shows up in their families. And I do want to say, I got a call from somebody yesterday, and I don't have his permission to say his name, but he donated $50,000 for additional toys, and so we have so many toys coming this year on top of what we've done. So everybody's welcome. If you have kids, feel free to bring your kids. It'll be from 12 to 4. And I want to thank city staff for working with the Hollywood Cares team to shut down the street, and we paid all the late fees as well, so there was no favor given there. And there will be additional security too, so it will be safe. There's free food, there's games, there's haircuts, braiding, all types of things. It's a very amazing event, and Tiffany Haddish will be Miss Claus. And I do have a Santa suit, so you could still be Santa. You're going to be brown Santa, I'm going to be black Santa. It is what it is. All right, and here's what I will say just in closing. This past year has been one of the most challenging, humbling, and meaningful chapters in my life. When I took this oath, I didn't promise perfection. I promised work, I promised truth, and I promised to put this city, especially our young people, first. And the highs have been real, and we push for greater transparency and accountability in City Hall because ethical governance is not optional, it is foundational to everything that we do. And we've asked hard questions, we've demanded audits, and refused to look away when systems weren't working. And that matters because trust in government is built when leaders are willing to hold themselves and each other accountable. We've made progress elevating the Youth First agenda, not just in words but in action, advocating for safer neighborhoods like we did today, prevention, which we heard, intervention, and real opportunity, because the future of Stockton doesn't begin tomorrow. It's sitting in our classrooms and walking our streets every day. We still, however, need to change the narrative about our city, highlighting our resilience, our talent, our culture, and our potential. And Stockton is not defined by its challenges, it is defined by how we rise to meet them, and we see every day this community continuing to do so. But I would be lying if I said this year didn't come with lows. We've experienced heartbreaking loss, we've seen violence that shook our community to its core, we've confronted homelessness that is visible, urgent, and unacceptable, and we've been reminded over and over that progress is fragile and that leadership is tested most in moments of pain. Yet, even in these moments, I've seen something powerful, a community that continues to show up, faith leaders, advocates, youth families, neighbors who refuse to give up on the city and each other. And this is why this moment, especially as we approach another election, is so important. Civic engagement is not a spectator sport. If you want better leadership, you must demand it. If you want ethical governance, you must vote for it. If you want a city that puts youth first, you must protect that vision at the ballot box and beyond. And there is still a lot of work to do. We must prioritize as a city, and I want to say this to staff in the room, economic advancement, bringing jobs, investment, opportunity into Stockton so families can thrive, not survive. And I'm so resilient in seeing this happen that I will bring FIFA here, as I have already introduced them, to bring a soccer team and do economic development as a council member wanting to see my city thrive, or I will take it to Modesto as an entrepreneur and I will see their city thrive. But I won't allow my friends to be turned away who want to come and help to build any great city in my city or neighboring city. Now, we must address homelessness with urgency, and I know my colleague has spent a lot of time on that and compassion. I know we talked about having our continuum of housing presentation. Councilman Enriquez and I put forth some stuff that we'd like to see, stability, acceleration programs that restore dignity and path forwards, and we must continue building a city where accountability is the rule, not an exception, and where leadership is measured by outcomes and not optics. And the first year reaffirmed something I already believe, that transformation is possible, but only if we are willing to work together. And I remain committed, and I will say this in public. I have offered many times to work with everybody. I am not calling anybody else. I'm not reaching out to anybody else. I'm not extending olive branches. I will take them if they come, but I am focused on the war, not the battles. I'm focused on the public and not the politicians. If people, my colleagues, all share the same vision that we all talked about during the campaign, I am still the same person. I have not changed. My phone number is the same, but I won't even return a phone call if it is not about moving the city forward. No more. It's done. And so I remain committed, but I also remain hopeful. And again, when you lead with optimism, when you live with optimism, you have to believe that things can get better. But after a tragedy where kids were murdered, after I saw that kid in that casket today, this council does not prioritize partnership with each other and stop the little jabs and the little games and all that. I will have no faith in this council. I'll be the first one to tell you, you need to change it if you want to see change. Or for the next 4 years, this is what you got. And so, again, I remain confident that Stockton's best days are ahead if we choose them, but the choice is ours. And there's 7 people that have to make a choice every day to lead with integrity and intention. And, you know, those who may be on their way out, you know, that's between you and the voters. But everybody has been watching and will continue to watch. I would just ask, you know, come into council and saying the same thing over and over. Take your frustration to the streets. Take them to your neighbors, take them to your families, take them to your schools, take them to your churches. Take them on the streets. That's not my clock, that's yours. I have 1 minute and 37 seconds, but I'm not going to go all the way like you, Councilman Enriquez. But to those who have partnered to bring substations, to address the smoke shop ordinances, to clean up the city, to turn on the lights, and we have done a lot of good things this year that I know has been overshadowed at times by the drama. But I do want to say thank you to my colleagues who helped to make that work happen, and I look forward to working with the rest of you after the new year. See you on Saturday.
Councilwoman Padilla.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I want to congratulate our St. Mary's Rams for winning the state championship. That is a major accomplishment for the city of Stockton. This Friday, I'd like to let my community know that we will be having a holiday workshop from 5:30 to 7:30. It will be at the brand new Ursula Myers Library. So it will be the very first peak. We will have crafts, games, cookies, cocos, just a great opportunity for kids and families just to come together and enjoy some holiday fun. And I am telling you, this library is just, it's amazing. It's beautiful. So you just, I mean, just come out and take a sneak peek if you're, you know, even if you can't stay for the event. So we hope to see everyone there. I do have on my note, congratulations to Stockton Emergency Food Bank because they were chosen for the 40,000 pound major food delivery, which Blower mentioned. With that reminder, December 23rd, the county fairgrounds, at the county fairgrounds, the Emergency Food Bank will be giving out turkey box donations for those in need, and it will only be till 1 p.m. and they literally cut it off at 1 p.m. So cars line up very early. I also want to share a very important scheduling update. My next ad hoc homeless committee meeting will be held Wednesday. This is the first time that it'll be on a Wednesday. After that, it will be the first Thursday of every month, but it'll be Wednesday, January 7th at 4 p.m., and we will be discussing the Safe Grounds Initiative. So I encourage everybody to attend because there will be a lot of important information at that meeting. You know, there was a comment tonight that they felt that this city was going backwards. You know, I just want everybody to know that this job is not easy. It's not full-time. It's part-time. Yet the responsibility and the commitment is real. And, you know, I signed up for this work because I truly enjoy service. That is who I am, and I am so proud of the accomplishments that we as a whole on this dais made this year, and especially in the face of very real challenges. And, you know, I remain focused on the work ahead. Progress doesn't always move in a straight line, but dedication to this community remains constant. And I have always promised that to my constituents, that my leadership will always be constant. You know, this year has brought wins. It's brought debates, moments that this council has been tested. But I will say this plainly. I don't know why I'm getting emotional. No one, I feel, no one on this dais here came into this year with higher hopes than I did. And all of my colleagues will know this, that on election night, I was the one that was screaming the loudest. On election night, I was the one that was cheering the loudest because of the leadership that I knew that we were going to bring to the city. But it doesn't always unfold the way that we hope it would. But challenges don't break us. They make us stronger. They make us wiser. And when we choose to learn from them, and I believe that is exactly what this city will continue to do as we move forward together. So as I close, I want to wish our entire community a very Merry Christmas, a joyful holiday season, and may this time bring peace, rest, moments of gratitude, and with those you love. I also wish everyone a healthy, hopeful 2026. So thank you for your resilience, your voices, and your continued belief in our city as we move forward together. So God bless everyone. Thank you.
Councilmember Villapudua.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just want to start with City Manager Johnny Ford. Sir, thank you for this is your second meeting being with us, and you have worked with me. I know I can speak for my colleagues very closely already. A lot of projects that I have, you know, committing that I have. Looking forward to working with you and addressing. So I just want to say thank you, and I want to wish you nothing but the best. As well, I want to thank the chief and all the officers today, every day what they're doing. It's a hard work, as well as Chief of Fire as well. I want to thank as well of our City Hall open house today. Thank Mayor for cooking the breads. It was fantastic. The word got out. I had to try one. I was trying not to because I wanted to save for dinner, but it was fantastic. And thank you for the gift as well. Thank you as a gift as well, Michelle, because she actually does that every year for everyone. But it was great seeing everyone. I think the last 3 years being here, I think that was the biggest one, and having everyone around, it just showed a lot of the spirit and getting ready for Christmas. Just wanted to highlight just a few things, and then a good friend of mine, a good friend of the mayor's. I just want to continue prayers for Tony Nassetti. If y'all don't know about, he had a real bad car accident a while ago, but he made it through. It's going to take him a long process, and I just want to continue praying for him because he does a lot for this community that a lot of people don't know. That being said, come next year, I will continue to push for Sousa Park, getting that pool, getting that whole thing. I want to see a lot of great things there. I want to see mobile libraries, a community, singing in the park. I mean, just a lot of things that could just bring that community, because it's been neglected for many years, and that'll be one of my first priorities coming up. I know that Columbus Park, it's coming around the corner this spring. Is that right, Mayor? If I'm not mistaken, it's been a long time as well that it's been, not saying vacant, but we're looking forward for that beautification that's coming, that's going to bring a lot of the kids and the community around there. So I am looking forward to that. I will still keep my community hours every month. I do those one-on-ones. I don't do no Zooms. You see me one-on-one, talk whatever you need, goods, the bads. We'll always take care of that, and that's a big shout out to Florence for always helping all of us that are, when we're doing those meetings. And I'll just close it. Like this, Councilor Padilla, I'm looking forward to working with you in our community for the homeless, which is one of the biggest things in our community, and I know she has a lot of plans that she shares with me, so I've always supported you. But just want to wish everyone a great holiday. I want to thank all my colleagues for what you did, what you do. I want to thank Councilmember Enriquez this week. Last week we did a really, really good job walking his district and our district, visiting business members, smoke shops, and just learning and hearing what the concerns, how we can help. And it was a big thing. A lot of people appreciate it. So I will continue doing that as well, and with all my colleagues. So that being said, thank you to the community for coming out here. Wish everyone a great holiday, a happy new year, and let's come to work come next year. Thanks.
Councilmember Enriquez.
Thank you. I always say I'm going to be quick, but somehow I never am, and I always have 7-10 seconds left, but I will try this time, I promise. I have a lot. So first, I just want to say, and I think some of my colleagues mentioned it earlier, where throughout this whole year, the fact that we had a really good debate, and actually not really a debate, just a good, healthy discussion on the street vendor ordinance, and the fact that it was passed unanimously, I deeply appreciate it. I know our community deeply appreciates it as we work together. And again, I keep my word with my role with the Ledge Committee to continue this work, and again, always open to seeing what works, what doesn't, for any ordinance in the city of Stockton, any policy issues that my colleagues want to flag as a committee. You're always more than welcome to send it my way, and I always make it a priority to agendize it if it makes sense to come through that committee. In terms of events, again, I know I mentioned with the street vendor ordinance, I had my street vendor town hall last week, and we had a good turnout. We had about 20 people that showed up at the Oak Park Senior Center. I want to thank our city staff that were there that evening, as well as Florence, to help just guide the conversation, take notes, and then we provided the proper follow-up. Last weekend, the Miracle Mile had their sip and shop. All the businesses that I visited, I made it a goal to go to each shop, and they all said it was one of the busiest days they've had in terms of their business, so they deeply appreciated the fact that the Miracle Mile board leadership does this annual event. And then we also got to light up the tree at 5 o'clock. We had local artists sing for the 30 minutes leading up to the 5 o'clock. And we also had pictures with Santa, and also the Grinch was spotted, and he may have been former council member Clem Lee of District 4 who was the Grinch. But it was just great to just be with community, and people really did enjoy, again, just a great way to support our small businesses. This past weekend, I also attended the first annual Wreaths Across America in Manteca. This was led by Nihar Jain, a 17-year-old JROTC student at East Union High School. You might ask, Mario, why did you go to Manteca? I am a proud Sierra High School alum, so I come from Manteca Unified School District, but the fact that a 17-year-old led and organized this event for our veterans, and it was the first annual, something that supports our veterans anywhere in our region, is something to celebrate and to highlight. So it was an honor to be invited by him and not just attend, but also speak on behalf of Stockton, and also highlighting that as the largest city in the county, we just show our deep appreciation for youth leadership and supporting our veterans. Speaking of veterans, I also gave a proclamation for the second time this year. I want to thank the mayor's office for thinking of me, where I was able to provide a proclamation to the Daughters of the American Revolution. They celebrated their 125th anniversary, and something that I really love to highlight our region is that it's the third oldest chapter in California, but the oldest in the Central Valley. And then also, I forgot to mention this last week, but there was a gentleman with the 49ers hat, but I wanted to show for those that are watching and those that are here, UOP is an official partner of the 49ers. And I forgot to mention it last week, but I had this in my car for weeks now. But when people say, well, what does this mean? And again, it's a positive for our community, but it's also a good partnership for our students to know that we're partnering with the Levi Stadium. We're able to do more official internships with the 49ers team. And also, it works both ways. We're also going to work with the 49ers team and the employees there to explore educational opportunities at Pacific. And the fact that the 49ers, and the fact that the 49ers chose the University of the Pacific as the official higher education partner is a big deal. They could have gone to other schools in the Bay Area, but they chose Stockton, the Central Valley, to partner with us for 5 years. So I'll do my best to promote, but I encourage all of you to please go to the Pacific website. They're going to have watch parties and just other opportunities that they want to explore when it comes to our K through 12 pipeline opportunities. And we want to tell our young kids that Pacific is part of an NFL team, so to speak. So again, just something that I think it's great for us to highlight throughout our city and something that we should be proud of. Last week, the Vice Mayor mentioned, I had a good meeting with community partners discussing the housing ecosystem and really exploring and understanding what that is from a policy perspective. And I'm going to be continuing these meetings with these partners as we delve more into housing policy work. I know something that I've addressed at the last LEDGE meeting, which is a priority for 2026. So more to come on that, as we have been working with staff to explore what that could look like here in Stockton. I also want to thank our staff, especially Chad Reed and our city manager. We had a good community conversation last night regarding Oxford Circle. We had about 20, 25 plus neighbors that attended that meeting, and this is just one of many meetings. When we talk about infrastructure and the realities of what we can and cannot afford, it was just a good breakdown for them to say, wow, we haven't had a meeting like this in years. So it's really important that we're listening to our constituents and working with our staff to provide that avenue for them to speak, whether it's coming to City Hall, going out in the community, hosting a town hall on X topic. I think this is a really good model moving forward. But I want to thank our staff for bearing with me on a Monday cold evening at the First Unitarian Church right on the Miracle Mile. Also, Councilmember Villaputo mentioned, I want to thank him, SUSD Vice President Sofia Colon, and Supervisor Paul Canepa. Something that I flagged to Supervisor Canepa a couple weeks ago regarding the smoke shop right there on Wilson and Harding, which borders mine and Councilmember Villaputo's district. And it's an area of concern for many years. And just like we've talked about our moratorium on smoke shops, and I know we're going to continue on getting an update on smoke shops, it was really important that we went out and talked to the owners of the smoke shop, talked to unhoused individuals in that area as well as going to the thrift store and other small businesses and hearing from them directly, what specific resources do you need, how can we help? And it was just really great to see all three county, city, and school leaders coming together to just really have an open and honest conversation. So I want to thank all of my elected colleagues for joining and having just a really good insight to the realities of what we have to do in that area, and knowing that it's not just that area, but it's all throughout the city of Stockton. So I want people to hear loud and clearly that this is something that we deeply care about, and we're going to continue to get updates on where each smoke shop is, what's happening there, the citations that our police force have been working actively throughout the entire city, and we'll be sure to give people an update once we have more information on that. I want to thank the 20-plus individuals that attended my immigration town hall via Zoom. I had the first one in person a couple weeks ago, but we had another update last week, just in terms of giving folks an update on what's happening with immigration. As we know, there are 2 ICE facilities, one in District 5 on North El Dorado and also 603 San Juan Avenue in my district. So just sharing that for transparency. I want to congratulate the Pride Center for their open house. They now moved downtown right by the movie theater, so they had a really great open house and a lot of folks came out. But I want to thank John Alita and his leadership for really guiding his team in terms of the new space and the services that they're going to be able to provide for our LGBTQ plus youth in terms of mental health services, et cetera. Really quick on infrastructure, besides Oxford Circle, and we have a meeting planned for the last week of January, so we're going to continue these meetings with the neighbors there. We, for those, I know some constituents are watching, because I want to make sure that I did flag it regarding a storm drain on West Monterey Avenue, particular intersection that I'm noting right now, and I flagged to our city manager, as well as some potholes that I'm working on East Alder and East Walnut Street, right actually by that smoke shop that we visited. This Thursday, I'm looking at the city clerk, 9 o'clock, Thursday, we are raising our final military flag of the year, the Space Force. So we'll see who shows up, but we're all ready to go, and we'll play some Star Trek music maybe, but we'll see how it goes, But this council made it a priority to raise the flags every year with all of them. But it's a good way to end the year, and it's our last one. So I look forward to seeing my colleagues, for those that can make it, for the Space Force flag raising. December 21st, supper with Santa at the First Congregational Church of Stockton on 2562 Pacific Avenue on the Miracle Mile. And then also Mr. Otto's bookstore. They have new ownership this past year, and they're having a couple of events. I just want to highlight our local authors. This Saturday, they'll be having from 3 to 7 a sip and shop with 6 local authors. And then December 27th, we're doing a literacy jam with Rhinosaurus, a literacy jam with local artists, producers, breakdancers, and local authors at the bookshop. Believe I covered everything. And then overall, I just want to thank the mayor. Last night, I also attended my first interagency meeting, so it was great to just see who was all there. I didn't know who was appointed by the different levels of government, so it was just a really nice introduction for me to get to learn and get my feet wet as I begin the work with this interagency. And then in closing, I just, again, want to thank my colleagues. Over the year, I've learned a lot my first year in office, and as I tell my constituents, every time I see them, I always say, "You're my boss, how can I help?" They're always surprised that I always carry my notebook, so I always take down notes whenever I meet any constituent regarding any issue, and then the city manager knows that when I meet with him, I have all my concerns and issues, and we always do follow-up, so I want to thank my constituents for just always keeping me in the loop of how I can be supportive and just be the best representative I can for that district. And then I want to particularly just thank, again, our city staff. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know I owe 81 tacos to code enforcement for all the times I've said street vendor, but I deeply appreciate all the staff departments that I mentioned earlier about just how much time and effort, and also Florence, who also was at the town halls with me. As we took notes, we transcribed everything, gave follow-up to the community, kept people in the loop of what was happening along the way, and I think that's really what community-led ordinances is really what it's all about. And I just want to hope that this was just one way to my colleagues to see, as we move forward, other ordinances and policies that they have in mind that they want to do, that they can lead in that way as well, with town halls and more engagement. I think would be really great. And also thank you to our city manager. I want to thank our city attorney. I want to thank our city clerk, and just all the deputy city managers and everybody. Thank you all so much, and particularly to you three up here who always have to work day in and day out and do a lot of work. There's a lot more behind the scenes that I don't think people see, so I just want to highlight the three of you especially for your leadership. And with that, wow, I have 3 minutes, but I'm going to stop. Happy holidays. Thank you all again. Take care.
Councilwoman Ponce.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say good evening, everyone. Serving on this council for almost a year has been very enriching experience, and I am eager to continue learning and growing. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all my constituents who have taken the time to reach out to me and voice your concerns. I also want to applaud everyone who has voiced your opinions during our council meetings. Thank you for being involved. I want to acknowledge that your opinions matter to me, and I take your concerns seriously and with respect. I look forward to what's to come to help move our city forward. And lastly, I just want to wish you and your families Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to start with the tough stuff first and then go into the good stuff. So RTD. RTD, we don't give them money. They don't work for us. We have no control over them. And it's irresponsible for us to give them the opportunity to do a presentation, especially considering there's pending litigation, which my co-COG members know about. And I know that their attorneys have, I think, reached out to our attorneys on that matter. But to do that would be very irresponsible of this council. So if somebody wants to have a meeting with RTD, have at it. They will not go up to that dais and speak to this whole group and potentially say something liable that makes all of us witnesses and then responsible for that. If so, that happens, well then obviously I will not be in here. Y'all can take whatever happens and be it on you, but that is, it's yeah, not good. To say that I don't care about youth, to actually put that out there, that I don't care about youth after 31 years of my life as an educator, it's flat out lie and it's outrageous. I just can't even begin to. But wait, it gets better. To blame me for the mass shooting and council members for the mass shooting is reckless and irresponsible. The fact that because there was a ski mask involved, somehow taking that off would have, if we would have had an ordinance, would have stopped that shooting. Does anybody think that? If you do, hey, I guess you can live with that. I won't. The noise, find some noise that I'm doing online. Find it. This is the loudest I've been, and y'all are recording it. Go ahead. This is the loudest I've been about this, and I would have done it no matter if he was here or not. But the fact that he got up and left, I think that that's disrespectful. Because guess what? That was brought up last year when people got up and left during meetings. And then attacks. People want to sit out in that chair and back in those chairs and want to get up there and attack me all you want. And yes, I signed up for that. I did sign up for that. I'm looking right at the camera, and I'll take it. You know why? I got thick skin, and I don't react to it. I'm only reacting to it now because they're lies, and they continue to do it. But well, I know what I signed up for. And as an elected official, hey, you can come at us for anything you want. Okay? So, I think that's all the, yeah. Okay, now let me go on to the good stuff. Health benefits. Thank you, council, for, and the work of our staff for helping with those health benefits. To have them, some of those categories up by 600%, what ungodly number that was. The fact that we were able to help find money in order to lessen that load for families. The cost of living didn't even cover, their cost of living increase didn't even cover the increase that was on their health benefits. Kaiser was there today, 40 years. And I said, oh, I became a member when I was 1, and so yeah, 40 years I've been there, 41 years now. Well, not 41 years, 40 years, yeah. Anyway, Polo Run Apartments, thank you so much to OVP for inviting me to Polo Run Apartments. If you don't know, this is a location, this is a part of Stockton that has faced serious issues. It was a great event. There was haircuts, free haircuts. There was ministry going on. There were toys for the children. There was food. There was music. Thank you, OVP, for the invitation there. Teresa de la Cerda, you might not know her, but she has worked for the city in the library for 49 years. Before you were alive, before you were alive, before you were alive, before Vice Mayor was alive, she's been here 49 years, and she just retired. And I said, what are you going to do? And she said, sleep in. I was like, oh, okay. I'm going to have a meeting tomorrow with DeMar Johnson from Balloons Over Bullets, which has done a lot of work in our community, and he wants to have a snow day in Stockton. I said, sign me up for that. So we're looking at planning a snow day, and I hope you all come out and we can have a snowball fight and we can just have at it and be done with it. Boards and commissions, please, apply. I know some of you are applying, but you have to go back in and check all the boxes for the different commissions you would like to participate in. If you just keep the same one and send it in, you're just going to stay in that pile then. We need fresh applications so that we can fill the vacancies. The last thing, well, not the last thing, but one more thing is ad hoc committee on affordability. We talk all the time about the cost of housing, about the cost of utilities, about the cost of groceries. So I am forming an ad hoc on affordability so we can look at solutions, ways that we can lower the burden on our families here in Stockton. We need to be looking at workforce housing to complement, the other types of housing that we have, but there are people that are just around the middle area that are struggling to make it. I know that we didn't have anything on here for DSA. I am a little concerned about that, but I guess we can talk about that. I'll talk about that with the city attorney after the meeting. And then lastly, Hanukkah has started. So happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy New Year. We'll be back. Our next meeting is January 13th. So I want everybody to have a safe, prosperous, loving holiday. And I know for some people it's especially tough because it's going to be tough for my family, but it's tough for others who don't have anyone. And I know that I visit my brother who's in hospice, and there are people that have been in there for years and nobody ever visits them, ever. So the staff become their family, and the other people there become their family. And that makes me feel a little bit better. But if you know of anybody that's sheltered, in their home by themselves, just check in on them, give them a call. See if there's anything you can do for them, because, nobody should be alone, I think, over the holidays. And that little bit of kindness, I think, can go a long, long way. And lastly, again, just to reiterate, this Youth Peace and Justice Foundation, you tried, but you were unsuccessful. We are going to have that $8 million where we are going to positively impact our community and be able to help people make better choices and to choose a life of prosperity and being a productive member of our city as opposed to the alternative. And I think that is it. Oh, last thing, I just say this. I know none of us will have this. I will not be distracted. I will not be deterred. I know you won't either. I know Councilmember Blower brought up smoke shops, something I worked hard on that didn't all pan out, but there's a lot of things. And the best thing about this year for me is seeing projects that I worked on really hard come to fruition. Because you can't, 4 years goes by like that. And government is slow. So 4 years, 8 years, I got to see some wins then, but to be able to see it come full circle now, it really tastes sweet. And then lastly, all the people that come up to me and tell me, thank you. I appreciate that, but it takes all of us. It is not just me. It is not just this council. It's not this council and our staff. It's going to take our entire city working together to push this city forward so we can have more better days. And with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
All right. I guess guess that's it.
Yeah.
Scotty, hey, you there? What's going on?
Yeah. Been watching for like 3 hours straight.
Yeah, actually, over
Okay,
4.
before you get my opinion, what's your opinion? Because we had a lot of interesting content today.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. Why don't we try and save most of it for
Yeah, yeah.
Thursday? Because I've actually got some few things I'm going to be clipping out of there. But I'm sure for those that we had some people watching, and for those that are left, I'm sure they probably want to check out. So we'll make this real quickly, but yeah, just real briefly. Pretty much just the whole meeting. You can divide it in a couple of parts. There was the last thing they mainly talked about was the Prop 47, the grant money that's going to be coming. And the Office of Violence Prevention, what that can do with that money. And Jason Lee did bring up a couple of times the point related to data. Is this stuff going to be data driven? Also, in the discussion with the police substations, as to where to put them, he brought up the fact, okay, is this data driven? If we're seeing numbers that, certain crimes are higher in number in different places, then yeah, that should be consideration for putting a substation there. And there was some back and forth going on with that, but yeah, he did bring up the issue of data. I know at one point he said he had to go find some information himself because he wasn't given any staff report on it and whatnot. So anyway, yeah. So there's a whole lot about that. And again, these are programs designed to get to particularly youth, that are in danger of getting into the gang lifestyle and all of that and into a life of crime, and basically cutting that off at the pass and redirecting them into more positive choices in their life. So and again, it's a good chunk of money, and there were some interesting things laid out. But again, like a lot of other stuff that's come down the pike, we'll have to see where this goes. So there was that, and then the other big discussion was on the street vendors, the food jockeys, and that passed, and I'm sure everybody's happy, that came out for that. For me personally, I could give a shit, because I don't get my food from that source. Sorry, I don't eat on taco trucks, street vendors, and there's a very short, and I mean short, list of actual brick and mortar restaurants that I would recommend or go to. But and it's just me personally, but. First of all, I have an aversion to certain things like, I don't know, botulism, salmonella, ptomaine poisoning, I don't want to have to be up all night shitting my brains out because, somebody opened up a new taco stand, really not my cup of tea. So, 95% of the food I eat is food that I bought at the store, I brought home, prepared it and cooked it myself. And and the other thing is that if you keep eating at places like that and keep eating off the street, and between that and going through the drive-through at these fast food places every day, you will look like one of the people who just passed that ordinance tonight. You will look like Brando Butterball Villapudua, who made a really lame attempt to try and get a substation over in his fucking district, so he can look good in next year's election, as was pointed out by a few people. But I digress on that. But yeah, I have no desire to look like him. I have no desire to look like a fat fuck. Okay, because one look at that guy, you can obviously tell, yeah, he's never been in the military. He's never seen the inside of a gym. All right, but I bet you he can name every fucking taco place in fucking town. All right, I don't know how many burritos he shoved up his ass tonight, but you know, he ain't looking too healthy. Okay, I'm surprised he hasn't passed out from a heart attack climbing up and down those steps at City Hall. All those fucking steps they got. So you know, yeah, fuck him and the shitty fucking food. You know, I actually got sick as a dog from brick and mortar restaurants in Stockton. Find me one Las Vegas odds maker that's going to tell me, oh yeah, I'll do better by eating out on the street. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. I got plenty of food. You know, not for wanting on that. So, but anyway, for those folks that that want to do the street vending thing, hey, you know what? Good luck to you. You know, but I don't buy tamales or other food from somebody in a parking lot that's going to pull that food out of the trunk of a car. You know, right, you know, right next to where they have the bumper jacket and oily rag. No, I'm good. So, so that you know, yeah. So, yeah, that was my takeaway. But yeah, and, I got some shit that I'll clip for Thursday's show. But yeah, you want to give me a quick, you know, recap of what you got out of it?
Yeah. So pretty much, I don't really give a shit about street vendors. Get a real fucking job because let's be real here. There's way too many of them, and I know exactly what you're talking about. Because like you got these motherfuckers popping out of trunk by Walmart and trying to sell food. I'm like, bro, it's like, come on. Are things that bad? You got to be doing this shit. So what I'm more worried about is bringing jobs to Stockton so people don't have to be doing a fucking street vendor at 3 a.m. to provide for their family because that's just like, bro, it's almost 2030. We're in the future, but we're stuck in the past. So I don't really care about the street vendor shit. It's mainly like this: is that yeah, like the ice cream ban. I'm sure you all remember when the ice cream guy was a thing, right? But that's kind of nearly extinct. We go to the store now. So my point being is that unless you're a street vendor in a very obscure area where people are like, man, it's hot as fuck. I wish there was like a guy who could sell cold drinks and shit. Then yeah, but when you're in an area where there's 100 other street vendors and there's 100 other smoke shops, you kind of see the issues that you're kind of fucking up the environment and shit because that means every vendor, every smoke shop has the fucking air polluted. So think about that for a second. I'm good on that. So street vendors, I think it's less of an issue than we need to make it because it's pretty much like you need a gas to operate your shit, but that gas will pollute the air. So when everyone's doing it, the air's polluted. So I don't really give a shit about street vendors. And talking about the ice thing, I'm like this, bro. It's like you're not fooling me with that suicidal empathy bullshit. I don't care what you've been doing. It's like this: if you weren't born here on the same soil that I was, you'll never be like this. But I feel like this. There's also a trade off to that because a lady up there was saying that she had a husband or whatever. Fuck that. Or, I don't know, husband. It was a guy, or maybe it was the husband that he was not documented yet. He pays taxes and he does all this other stuff. And I'm like. Yeah. So this guy is the exception doesn't prove the rule. So great guy. I'm like, hell yeah, bro. It's like it'd be great if he could get us naturalized because if we have a program for people who would love to be naturalized, who have already been paying into the system, who already have roots here, then should we not have focused on getting those guys the fucking the American status than rather shipping more people in because these guys have already sacrificed sweat, years, blood, and years of their life. And they, like the lady's saying, he actually contribute towards the system. But why are we giving shit about those that come in? Like he may not be illegal, but the point is that not everyone who comes into America that's undocumented has the same goals as this guy did. So he was a good batch out of a like 1 out of 1,000, right? So it's an odd case. So my point being is that Stockton kind of suffers from because diversity is not our strength, bro. What does that guy say? No, the only thing that's diverse about Stockton is the fucking crime, bro. What do you do? Get the fuck out of that shit, bro. It's
Yeah.
very simple. People live to Stockton, move to Stockton because they can't afford anywhere else in California to live. Right? Let's be real about that. And when you have a low cost of living, you're gonna get crime. And why do you have crime? Because there's multiple reasons, but I'm going to point out to nip it in the bud mainly to conclude my point, because you have saved some for the episode. Is that three things? I don't care about street vendors. I care mainly about getting jobs here, so they don't have to be a fucking street vendor. They could actually sell their own restaurant where it's an actual building where they have proper ventilation, power, and all that shit. So they're a vendor, but they're not on the street. They have their own fucking show. They have their restaurant. They should have that instead of being forced to be on the fucking street with a shitty generator in the cold and hoping someone stops by because there's no fucking there's no way they can get their own shop here because, like you said, Jack, businesses starting a business is even fucking hard here, a little harder here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that was my second point. No, my second point was like the first one is bring jobs here so we don't have to have people being street vendors. Second point is that diversity, Stockton's a diverse city, but that's not that no one really gives a shit about that. If everyone else tell diverse, Stockton has a crime problem, and that's diverse because you have a shit ton of different crimes being committed every fucking day. So that's what I think is diverse about Stockton. And yeah, second post the ICE thing. If Trump decides to send ICE down here, why the fuck would you care? Let's be honest for a second. Were you born here? Yes. If you're born here on American soil, that means you have a social card. That means you got a birth certificate. That means you probably have an ID or some shit. Chances are you probably grew up on the same media, the same shit, because I've been stalking for 20. So we have more in common than you would with someone from fucking Somalia or the Middle East or God knows where else outside of America who is not brought up under the same banner as we, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm more about taking care of the motherfuckers who are crawling and dying and cold on the street here than I am about importing more people. Because it's like this, bro, is that when your entire workforce depends on people who weren't born here and who are undocumented, that says a lot about your operation, right? So you're telling me that your operation is only profitable because your entire workforce is undocumented immigrants. And if they were to all get iced pretty much fucking kicked out of the country, you would have no workforce. So maybe you shouldn't be employing people who aren't supposed to be here, right? Maybe that's you, motherfucker.
That's a good point, and
You're contributing to the
say
problem.
this.
Those
What
jobs
about
are gone to Americans.
Okay, what about these businesses, these shifty businesses, and that's exactly what I'll call them, that go out of their way to specifically hire illegals, and the ones who are specifically hiring them because they can pay them substandard wages and get away with it, and make them work, conditions that no union shop would ever approve of in this country. Insanely long hours, just shitty working conditions. Generally, whatever. Even having underage people working. Like I believe it was a cannabis farm not too long ago that got raided, and they found.
Yeah, kids on the farm. Yeah, I know. I saw it.
Yeah. Wow, what a great endorsement for the fucking state. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're a sanctuary city. Yeah, we're this, that, and the other thing. Kids. Everybody. Yeah. Everybody was talking about the kids and the youth tonight and everything else. But they'll turn a blind eye to that as long as the offending business is making the right amount of money as in campaign contributions to the proper elected officials who are in the chain of grift, which is exactly what we're witnessing in Stockton now, the chain of grift, the cycle of grift. Oh, and by the way, during the public comments, there was a few, again, referring to our friends in Lathrop there at 16925 South Harlan Road, number 205. Okay. If you're in Lathrop, pay them a visit. Okay. You know, it'd be real easy to spot. They got a big sign outside the front of the building. It says, you know, International Association of Grifters, Con Artists, and Shit Dicks. Okay, that's their headquarters. Okay, that's where majority of City Hall decisions, they go through the illusion of what we saw tonight. Decisions are being made in Lathrop, folks. All right. It's called shadow government, and it's been mentioned by way more than just me, okay? But you know what? I could give a fuck, all right? Because for me, the street vendors, the Prop 47, all this other shit, you know, like Jason Lee was saying, he's focusing on the war, not the battles. Good for him. He's got the right attitude, you know what? And you know what? That's the attitude I've had for a while, because certain people, you know, and, you know, I'm going to be nice because of holidays and not mention any names tonight, but certain people have gone out of their way to desire a war with me now for about 4 or 5 years or so. All right? And I don't take a shine to that, and I don't take it lightly. So, hey, you wanted a war, you're going to get it. All right, and we are and put it in military parlance, we're well past the intelligence gathering and reconnaissance stage. We're actually in the assembling teams and preparing for insertion and operational stage. All right, just letting you know, okay, you motherfuckers got a primary coming up next year. All right, I'll be there. I'll be there. I'm looking. I want heads. All right, I'm owed. All right. I don't appreciate it having my First Amendment right shit on, so there's going to be payback, all right? It's coming, all right? That's all I got to say. It's my last words, all right? So Thursday night at 8 o'clock, we'll be back here with Port City Uncensored. We'll talk some more about this shit and some other stuff that's going on, and hopefully there won't be any more bodies piling up, because we've had 3 more just in the past week, you know. So, yeah. So much for the ceasefire meeting, I guess, right? All right, Scotty. Well, hey, thanks for jumping on. And I've got some promos for the people here to watch. We got some stuff coming up here in January and whatnot. So we'll check this out, and then we'll be heading out of here.
Live Pro Wrestling returns to Stockton on Saturday, January 24th, when the Total Wrestling Federation presents the 3rd annual Fight for Franklin at Eagles Hall, a fundraiser for the wrestling team at Franklin High School, with all proceeds going to Franklin High's wrestling team. This action-packed card will feature 3 title matches, plus a special lumberjack match. In the main event, human highlight reel Landon Ramos puts the TWF World title on the line against Zeke, the Samoan Reaper. For the TWF Tag Team Championship, Mike Hayashi and Para Singh will square off against David Assassino Martinez and Jesus Cruz. The TWF Television Championship is on the line when Godfather of Swole, Don Swole Leon, faces 209 boat Noah Palma. And in a special lumberjack match, the Maverick Jay Cruz will settle his beef with Big MF Matt Freeman. Also on the card are CJ Dirt, Firebelly Giga Herrera, Christian Black, and more. Doors open at 6 and bell time is 7. Advanced tickets on Eventbrite, adults $20 and just $10 for kids. Eagles Hall, 1492 Bourbon Street in Stockton, California. Be there Saturday, January 20th for the Fight for Franklin 3.
Listen up, dog owners. Every month, BarkBox delivers 2 brand new toys that will make your dog lose their mind, plus 2 full-size bags of treats so healthy you'll be tempted to steal one yourself. But don't. Trusted by over 8 million dogs who have literally never written a bad review. We're talking fully customized, tiny terror toys for Chihuahuas, indestructible beasts for your Rottie, allergy-friendly snacks for the drama queens with sensitive tummies. Even extra subscriber-only goodies if you want to go full spoiled. Right now, new subscribers get a free extra toy in every box for a whole year, and shipping is forever free. That's 12 bonus toys. Fair warning, once this starts, your dog will sprint to the door every time they hear a truck. So stop letting your dog down and click the link in the description or scan that beautiful QR code and get your first BarkBox today, before your dog runs away. BarkBox, because your dog deserves better. Go!
Guys, have you heard? Nelson, tell the people.
Shady Mob Productions is an official affiliate of HBO Max. Click on the link in the description and sign up so you can watch hit series like Hard Knocks, Game of Thrones, and House of Dragons.
Also, don't forget to hit the subscribe button so you can be notified when the latest content drops.
Hey guys, Smacks here. If you guys like gaming, swing over to Twitch, Smacks_TTV, live most nights. Stop by, say hi, drop a follow.
Guys, join me, Alex the Man Angelov, and check out A&A Radio, where we're going to be talking about the latest and greatest financial news, investments, banking, and personal finance. Check out the channel and don't forget to hit the subscribe button so you can be notified when the latest content drops.
Guys, you're watching a Shady Mob production. Make sure to follow the Shady Mob podcast, where we break down all the latest content and talk about life. Please make sure to share, like, comment, and subscribe so you can be notified when the latest content drops. You're watching the latest episode of N1 from the End Zone. Please click on that subscribe button so you can be notified when the latest content drops. Now, let's kick it.